for the vice president to have come with a message from the president telling him that yes, you can go ahead to pronounce that we're going to provide solar places for the segment of the Fatima campus that has stagnant. I think was misleading on grounds that it is their full responsibility as a government to protect life and property. And it was captured in the national budget. Always to subsidize the Cottington University. You understand? To reference the chairman on Ways, Means and Finance, it means you're committing the Liberian people. Why would I thought was for him to have said the president on his behalf? You understand? And he told me to let you know that for his salary, he will give you this extra number of likes or what in the system. For commitment you making is on behalf of Liberians. The very Cottington students that you want to improve their school or their areas, they are all taxpayers. You understand? So the common person who doesn't understand those messages, they will understand that the government is doing well in that direction. But let me clear to the district. If you want to do something for your pocket or for your salary, I am paid. If I want to do something on behalf of my people at my own solution, I will declare that this money is for my own pocket so that the source of income will be identified. And whosoever want to verify will verify. But you cannot commit the government. You understand? And besides that, it's outside of budget law. Budget is a law. And every budget is passed annually. We have passed the budget to capture Cottington. So that if there is any assistance to be done, there will be a proposition to the legislature to pass into law. So it should not be that they are taking personal goals.
Are you disappointed about the president's message?
The word disappointed, I don't think I'm talking about governance.
Okay.
The approach to the public should be clear and transparent.
Honorable Koka, do you have personal issue with the vice president?
You see, the man spoke as a vice president of the Republic of Liberia, and I'm speaking in the context. I'm not speaking to Jeremiah Kun as an environment. I'm speaking to him as the vice, he is the vice as a vice president of the Republic of Liberia, that making commitment on behalf of the president of the Republic of Liberia. So I want you to understand that.
Honorable Koka,
there
are also speculations that you were one way or the other denied, a recognition within the Cottington program. What can you say?
Well, I'm not somebody that can usually be denied. Perhaps in every gatherings, there are protocols. Those who were captured in the protocol or the journal or the calendar of events to speak are people that they recognize. By the way, while I stood, I'm a senator of Nimba County. I'm also king as a guardian or parents. My daughter also graduated with a master's degree.
But you are a statement, the vice president, I recognize you. The vice president.
See, that doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Yes, but I believe in recognize the national legislature. When you talk about the legislature, you talk about the Senate, you talk about the House. So I don't want to make issue out of that. I let it be an issue that is relevant.
Others will say your colleague, Senator Prince Kemumoy, who is from Bong County, he comes from the House of Senate. Having graced such an occasion, not being recognized even by the institution or the senator, what sort of feeling does it bring to you as a statesman? I'm saying Senator Prince Kemumoy hails from Bong County, and understanding that he's also a senator of the county, looking at the condition where you are not recognized either by the institution and the senator.
Okay, so you see, I don't believe in triviality. I discuss issue. You understand? The program was organized by the Cottington faculty. And those that were captured were captured. So I don't have problem.
So, if you were to recommend to the vice president, if you were to recommend to the vice president on his remark, what would be your recommendation?
To the government.
Or to the government?
Because he spoke on behalf of the government.
Yes.
After he personalized the achievement which I sincerely believe in, and he also talks about being one of the alumnus of the university, which I also acknowledge. He diverted now and went to state-centered approach. So the discussion I have to do with commitment or government commitment. So these are issues that I have flagged.
So what is the impact you're talking about?
Impact what?
Impact of that statement?
Yeah, but as a politician, this is the reason why you got opposition, you got position. When you give a message to the people, people analyze it, people do. You understand? If he has come to say, on behalf of me and my family as a president, or I'm taking this, but you're committing the Liberian people. So it will appear that this money will come from the national budget and for the Liberian people. That message should go, but the little man who in the village who in Bapa, if they hear the message that there was commitment made today that they were going to erect or do certain infrastructure development according to the university, it's a personal issue to gain political glory, and we are denying that.
I want to talk on the flip side. Do you feel the talk about this?
What's your take about this entire job saga?
Well, I think we came to discuss two cardinal issues. We are testing one of the issues that you're aware, right? So these are the first place. If the question is put and I'm done, then other ones can come. So I don't want to be confused in the process.
Oh, so what's the second issue?
No, not me, you,
I think we have touched on everything.
Are you sure?
I said you let us know.
Other thing you want to talk about?
Yeah, you can.
Everything we have spoken, we spoke about character.
There's character. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
The message from the Vice President was involved issue of character. It's a very firm message. That in order, even if you acquire education, it must be commiserated with character. The information is truth, but the evidence is false.
Okay. How do you think so?
Well, it's left for you to interpret, but I'm saying that the information about character is true, but the evidence is false.
Are you insinuating that the vice president doesn't have the character to speak with us?
I don't insinuate.
Or are you?
That be clear to us. We are speaking to the media.
Paradoxically.
Okay.
And it's left for you to interpret for yourself.
Sometimes maybe misquoted. So what do you mean?
If you misquote me, I got media respond to me. They will respond to me adequately.
Yeah, so you have Liberians following you. Just be clear to
agree.
us. What do you make of that message from the vice
Because the
president
vice
about
president is
character?
the one who spoke, and he talks about character. Now
But
you
what I'm
say
saying, I say yes.
the message is true, but the reality is not.
No, the message is true, but the evidence is false.
Evidence on who?
So you deduce it.
So it means that the vice president doesn't have the character.
You deduce that. I let you something as a journalist.
So the evidence on
The
who?
issue of drugs. You know, when circumstantial evidence are corroborative, they become admissible into faith. In the first place, let me digress from Liberia and go outside of Liberia a little bit. The Minister of National Security in South Africa.
Because in the morning you ain't not do nothing else without fire. And when you're not strong, you will get out. All my friends left, but I saw one team. I said, man, say I'm very right. I see he get law to say he can't eat it one or he can't do it one. I see rope on your waist. I see some kind of ring on your hand to say, my man, if my thing I get on my hand, really, I can touch it also. The man fought the whole war. Nothing happened to him. He came back. The people overwhelmingly voted for him with $5 in your pocket. Children go to him for school fee. Before you get it, I don't want to be supposed to pay your school fee. You ain't see the school I pay Ghana. They will live in anger. Those very men are living in anger. You father they pay us their school fee. Tomorrow when preachers I tell them what will cost you. They say they can hear the paper talking. It got to be grace. It was not normal. It was God anointing on him. And if you wanted to benefit from that anointing, then you needed to go on air. And when you go on air, before you fall on your head, plenty things can happen. They can comb your head. Too many things can happen. At the time, most of the people you see in Nima today that got problem with me and them got no personal issue. I will not call someone that name. But most of the confusion between me and them are previously building. Because when previously feeling go make power with you, I say that the place when the confusion gets serious, they say that, they will get in the power. And after the power, they see many people who got in that was because of him. And you know, and the kind of men were dealing with somebody who fought war. Fire come from Uto to Monrovia. That man, someday he wake up from the dinner, he can come back to him. When he come back to him, he can talk some kind of thing. And that's why many people didn't know the secret between me and him. One time there was confusion in the caucus. Tuna, myself, one side, previously one side. Previously and Fonz Wagner on one side. And with one side, the confusion was on way for Kansas City. The elders from Nima called. Now when the music I was playing, when Morris King made that music, so the group was the chairman at the time, the caucus. The elders said, get the chairmanship back to Senator Johnson. Group were giving that chairmanship crying. We all them, my man. The people really talking, they give it to the man. They gave it to him. Ruby took the man and said, when the man came, you will still clap your hand. I wanted the man, the child. And so the Nima people really love him. And because they love him, and all that thing he had in him, everybody thought I was stupid, but I was behind you. I was behind you. I understood him. When he and myself talk in the morning, so now before I leave, all the things we agree on, he now talk differently on the radio in the afternoon. Then I got to go there in the area and say, Babe, how you tell him why I say, he said, but I don't know, I think I go by there. He said, okay, leave it, I will handle it myself. One day he called me, he said, Jerry, that time he now calls me, he called my mom, he called my whole family. So I was fed that day, I thought I went home and sat down. 2 days later, he said, the stupid? I said, yes, I said, nothing happened. So I went to his house, he said, my son, let me tell you something. You see, a fire gone from Uto to Monrovia. I was not playing. People die. He said, you not kill cow before they not lay cow down, you call it leg before. I said, no. He said, they put cow down, they tie and you call it leg, you see the blood. You will not sleep you. I'm talking about human being. All I want to happen with me. So some days, don't think can come. When it come, I will say something to you. I mean it. But when I say that thing to you, and it go down, okay now, then you go on the radio, you tell your own. If I come by and say sorry, if I keep saying sorry, the people say something wrong with my head. So I got to find something, a story to fit on that thing I tell you to keep it. So every time I say something to you, just leave it, myself will come out and fix it. And so 2020, the man of my camp, he go 20. Somebody not tell me that he's going to think about me. The man just calling me, no, never. That whole night he called me in the morning. And he said to have press conference in the afternoon. He said, 3 o'clock, I'll get up now, have press conference. And I'm supposed to do the man again. I will attack the man. Luckily around the church in Go 20, never can count on there. I swear, I see my phone, wait. I said, not calling me plain though. I put it through my ear. I said, anyway, you come around now. Oh, I in the middle of camping by me, he said, you not count, God, press conference 3 o'clock. I said, I'm on my way. I started running in town. I ran my rover when I got gathered. I said, I'm on my way. I'm going down, I was late. He said, okay, tomorrow, 10 o'clock, when the river background, everybody, baby, everybody, etc. here. We got there. Then he asked me the thing, where he thought, I want to happen here. When he asked me, I said, but she will tell you that one. He said, river, so he said, etc. Why I say? I said, she not true. They said, well, I was like, yeah. He said, but I see her, maybe I call him by But before that time, before I left and he finished calling the radio, Jerry, that criminal. Yeah, Oh, that. Everybody call me in the morning, my man, you gotta respond. I say, your leader, man, nobody respond. The next day, he called the radio. He said, Jerry is a lawyer son. He's very obedient. He's a very good man. So he said, facing. And because I knew that, that's how I work with him successfully. So anytime he attacked, I really got ready to get away from him. When he get okay, I go back. I let my son, thank you. We're campaigning. I want to talk about it today.
Yeah.
We're campaigning, we got to Gombu Bowaibli. In that time, on God there, Gombu that member, you're not supposed to be on in the hour 2023. And then Babylon Town came. That 12 hours set. And lead the man. Don't let the man who here, family here. So don't say anything negative about the man. He said, okay. I went and sat down. The time came, I finished all my own. I said, bring the man. He started attacking the man. The player saying, I want to run for the town. He attacked the man till the man found the pool. I think they got vexed. Who were leaving the town, they start choking rattle. The car, the children right, they pass the car with shit. I went in front of him behind me. Then the car stopped. And luckily for us, we had a small Chinese walkie-talkie. Previously got out. He had something I saw single alcohol. He took it, he loaded it, he started walking in the town. The children called me and started running, coming from my car. I ran in front of him. And I know how many prayers I didn't make guy going in here. I ran. I hit the chest. I said, Senator. And he stood up. And they said, they can't do this. These people are your people. He said, I think you and the other back home. You're not serious about it like that. Thank you. He said, I want you and the other back home. You're not serious about it like that. You tell me I'll leave it. There it is. God first, the name of people second, President Baka third, and him. If it wasn't for him, I will not be here. You know, there are destiny helpers in everybody's life. There are people who comes to play a role in your life. They play that role, they leave. Another person will pick it up and continue. Senator Johnson helped me in politics all my elections. My first time shaking Prince Johnson's hand was 2011. I heard about him. I was small boy during the war when he was fighting our way in Passa. I saw him one time when he came to Tusa, I think 91, 92. I was a kid. When Chancellor said the kid Prince Johnson body was in Tusa Hospital, Prince Johnson left a call where he came for a body. I was picking in the hospital that day. I'm carrying my head. I just saw him walking in the hospital. Where my body? Where my body? My first time seeing him. The other time I saw him was during the campaign time, but I go close to him. 2011, I was having my rally in Kanta at Avino Hotel. And Nima Caucus have gone to Kanta for meeting, and they were previously was stopping. All the crowd, he said, who wanted to say I want to pay your coin? When I went there, my son was running for president. And so I want to be representative on my ticket. As I can see, I will talk with my friend that went with me, so we can make a decision. I went to my man, came out to my man, Nelly Brian there. The man said, my man, why are you talking so high? You going to bring your ticket? Hey, oh, kind of thing. And the gentleman, everybody local. Me, y'all go in your different party, but I will be with him, man. I took a decision. He lifted my hand. I won. 2017, he lifted my hand. I won. Right after the election, I told the people of Ghana, thank you. That I'm not running again. I don't want to be represented again. One morning I say that he called me. Where are you? I said, I'm home. He said, come. I went there. He said, get prepared to run for Senate, for the Senate. I said, baby. Hey, you want me to run there? You got to announce it. He called the radio in my, he announced it. When inside I won. Eh? When I won the Senate, I said, thank you. They play arena, I play arena. I can't buy it. Let me go do my different thing. I went China and brought motorbike, different things that were represented there. All the representatives were crediting for my wife, you know. One morning the man called me again. He said, "Mama, where are you?" I said, "I hear you." He said, "Come. Get ready to run for president." I said, "President for wedding." He said, "For that bureau." I said, "Hey, baby, why you tell that one for the And you know, he said, "I'm going to turn over the party to you. You will be the standard bearer. I will support you." I ran 2 times for president. I'll make it. I got to turn over the baton. And I believe you can make it. I said, "Baby, I can't make it." I don't think you're talking about beating. While talking to cut the story long, to cut the story short, President Baga called me. He said, "Baby, I want to see you." I went to his house. And previously, when you are living, all the security people, anywhere you go, security men will call you and say, "Man, that here is that." So I knew it. So when I entered President Bagaya, while waiting for him to get me in, I text him first. If I in the now, almost around 1 o'clock in the morning, I text him. I just said, President Baga, President Baga called me and came to see him. So I'll call you from here. Because I want somebody to call you because I say, "My man, ain't no they think I'm talking you not baba me, eh? They start firing." So President Baga and myself met, we talk. He said, "My son, I need you to support me." I said, "Okay, Papa, I will talk to my old man. I hear myself to get out, I'm going to get out." So I will talk to him, then we'll get back to you. For sure, soon morning by 5:30, previously with me on my phone rang. You went to former Vice President Baga last night. I think I text you, check your phone. It's there. He said, "What you say?" I think he said he wants to support you. He said, "Give me a number." I love the number since 2017. I know you felt with me. I can have support him. I said President Baga number to him. He called almost 4 or 5 times. President Baga to never have the number. Then he said, "My man, I'm calling you, not answering me." Right? He said that. I said, "No, Chief, let me call somebody there." I called Chief. I said, "Chief, tell the former VP Senator Johnson calling." For sure, as soon as the man picked up the phone with President Baga, he said, 2011, I told you to take me as Vice President. You see, our quality, our not quality. Our quality can win election. I'm telling you, you tell him, "I'm sorry, I'll be behind you." And now I started, we're here today. So God fire and play amazing. And that's why as long as I live, I will not be able to give family what he can give them. I will try. Anytime I see them, I will chip in. Because gratitude pays. I will leave them just this morning. Thank you, Baby. I'm a team. I want to say thank you. You're a brother. We work together in a 50th term legislature. And we were working together. My major was that one morning there. You want to be Vice President? I did my man. Focus on your district. Win the second term. And you know, the Vice President here, forget about the team. My man, they're going from Grand Chile to Paso to the other place. And everybody was sure that President Baga would take Tima. Why be what I mean? When they are not no way to make that running about this with my kid and peace. I never man tell you here. You're gonna be where people if you looking at that when they see let you come at you. When you pass it for granted, you pass it all I play Lee and then I'm open the beginning give me the woman give me here over Quagro. It's not here. A pee. But Tima have always loved his home and his place. I want to thank you. Tima got a giving spirit. You know, giving, it's not something you can learn. That's something God can put in you. Giving is the fasting. When you see somebody fasting, instead of fast for 2-3 days, the person has decided to not eat or drink. So your body needs food, your body needs water, but you deprive the body at that time because you want to please and praise God. Giving is a form of fasting. Your thing right in your pocket where you going to help your children with and going to take care of yourself. You just look at it and give it to people. It's a form of fasting. Because when you're supposed to come to you, you're taking it and giving it out. God got to bless you with that spirit. Look, somebody can get money from the whole hall. $1 billion. They know how to give, they will not give. Because they don't have that spirit. And so giving is a form of godliness. And that's why the Bible says, blessed is the hand that giveth. And so Tima, I want to say thank you. You are the son of a chief, and that's why you always are the chief. Tima is a giver. Whether you get it or not, you go to Tima, and you get going, you will kill it. People will be there eating. And everything. And so I'm not surprised that as a minister, the small money he's making, he makes sure he come to the people. When he started the thing where I live in he started to don't confuse me. What do you want to you want to know or what thing? He said, Mama, what I do is really better. I'm paying that place, I'm out of there. So we agree on that. So when you're talking, I'm not surprised. And now I told my mentor, forget about that man. That man, I'm really accused you. Need that man. The best thing you can do is to go close to that man so you ain't get operated. When a man bring in letter, he carry to you, he bring it in front, he say, my brother and myself, brother life. Then you benefit from it. Be looking for different people to run. You know, I'm a delegate thing, but what he's doing is within him. It's a God-given talent. And it's within him. And all of us need to do it. Whether you touch it, I know your money is small as commissioner, maybe you make it 150. Okay, 50 now. But that 50 that you make it, and you take pay, and you look right outside your house, right by your house. You see one woman there with 2-3 children, a rough on her, maybe your husband died or he ran away. Give your father, and then that woman say, let God bless you. That thing she said, that serious thing, they're not joking thing. They will go in for a wait for you. I said it before the president, I was saying, those of you in our government who the president appoint, the president can be anywhere. And you can impact anywhere, impact your hometown. Impact your community, the next house. And the election come 29. And the president will still look at the number he won with and see where he won them from. And you were me in your community and your people didn't vote for the president because you were me, you will not get a job. You are talking like president, not talking. I just quoting him. If the president empower you, if empower somebody. It's a privilege for you to get that job. You're not the only qualified person. You're not the smartest person in the country. But two persons can be there together. That's why you are there. And so if you get there, you mean to yourself. Then tomorrow don't cry about anything. Huh? So all at every level, it may you zoom chi. That's your 3 zoom. Be inside. When somebody says somewhere you go there, you say, I get nothing with that $200, your body person president benefit, I can't remember you. So tomorrow when the president reappoints this Zoom chief, your own Zoom, the president won it clear. Huh? Then they can reappoint you, right? Yeah. Primary chief don't buy your own not there because you're elected. But even at that, for you to stay long as primary chief, when they say chief, it means you are a giver. When Stringer enter the time in the night, you ever work at the poor, hello, I got give me 2 cars, I want chicken. When Stringer enter, you got to take your own rep for a coat, you get your own chicken in the morning, then you have, now to the time that Stringer, then they will go bring one chicken, and then you can replace your chicken.
To all the main government officials, that's your message. When election time comes and you don't deliver, the people don't vote for the president, you'll be on your way out. So welcome to BKS TV. As you always know, we are here 8 p.m. Liberian time every day to bring you news. We bring guests on here. We bring a lot of different people on here. So I want to say thanks to all of you. As always, BKS TV is being relayed in Butuo on Voice of BKS and also in Tapeta, Voice of Tapeta. I want to say thanks to all our followers and thanks to everybody. You know, tonight is this evening my time here is my brother. He's going to be joining us. So it's going to be a one-on-one with him. We'll be having a lot of discussion, a lot of just conversation. We're just lecturing, you know, from here and there, everything in between. So it's been a long time since we hosted him. So it's going to be a wonderful show. I want to say thanks to all of you. Share the show if you're watching. I know folks in District 3 are also watching, listening to their son tonight. And we have District 5 and then District 6 there in Nimba, and then to our viewers online as well. I want to say thanks to all of you for following BKS TV. Again, we are here always to make sure that we bring news and happenings to all of you. So tonight we'll be hosting Anthony Nkrumah, former Deputy Minister of State without portfolio, and he served from 2015 to 2023, and also happens to be the son of the late General Thomas Nkrumah, one of our heroes. So it's going to be a great show. Welcome this evening, my brother. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, CEO. Good evening to everybody in Radio Land. Good evening to those that are watching us on YouTube. Good evening, and thanks to the management of the BKS TV. Thanks to you particularly for making this possible.
Yeah. Thank you, brother. Thank you. You know, we are also appreciative to you for making time for us. The last time you were here, I forgot, probably about several months ago, and you came. We had a really good conversation, and we appreciated that. But I know your busy schedule has been tough to get you. But I'm glad that you were able to find time to squeeze it in, brother, to join here today. So what you been up to, my brother? What you been up to? What's been happening? What's popping? You're muted.
It's how you call it, the equalizer. This is the United States of America, and so you got to hustle, no? You got to hustle to make it happen. The people say, "Them bills don't wait for you."
No way.
And them bills don't wait for you, so you got to be in a position to address those bills when they come up. And so, because of that, one has to work. And I'm a workaholic. As a person, I believe in working very hard. So when I'm in America, I work very hard, because I have a family and a community to look after. All right. And so that's why it's kind of difficult to really get me. But
once it comes to discussing issues about the Republic of Liberia, it is something that is near and dear to my heart. So I will always make time, in spite of all the challenges that we're dealing with right now. So yes, I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. We are also honored to be with you here as well. So, as we always do, we will just jump into it right away without further ado. People know you, man. A lot of people know you. A lot of people know you in Liberia and in our body of politics nationally. So, but yet and still, we got a few people, we relay now. So the Oman and the people don't want to know who talking tonight. They want to know who you are, where your name and all that. So if you don't mind, briefly in 1 or 2 sentences or 1 or 2 minutes there, introduce yourself to the people so the people can know. I don't know if you know that before we go to our next question. My old man, my late father he used to be in the military. He served along with your late old man as well. He had a rank of master sergeant. So he served with your pape, he served with the late Doe, and he also served with. But we'll get into that into more details here when we get to the little family background there. But yeah, talk to the people and let them know the Oman and are listening to who you are. You don't need introduction, but I think the Oman still want to hear who talking this even.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Anthony, and I will break down this name.
Yes, we need to hear that. We need to hear the meaning of all those names.
So, Anthony, that's my first name, and that name was given to me by the former managing director of the National Port Authority in the 80s. All right. Jirate was given to me by one of the closest person in the PRC to my father. Mm-hmm. That was the late J. Nicholas Podia. Now, people normally call him J. Nicholas Podia, but let me tell you what the J stands for. The J is Jirate, and it's spelled J-L-A-T-E-H, and that's a crew name.
Yeah.
J. Nicholas Podia was one of the closest person to my father in the People's Redemption Council. And so on the evening of my birth, my father wasn't in the country. He was away, and it was Podia who accompanied my mother to a Catholic hospital there in, I think Catholic hospital between Oro and Congo Town, right?
Right.
Yeah, between the Oro and Congo Town. And so once I was birthed, he said, well, TQ not here, because that's how they used to call my father. TQ's not here. I'm a knee on the boy, so you call the boy Jirate.
Oh, okay.
Then I have another name called, so my full name is Anthony Jirate Mwanye Kwiompa.
Okay.
And so the Mwanye was also given to me on that very day by my dear late grandmother, Mama Go Gelu, or Mama Go Ge.
And the woman you employ that naming grandchildren below.
Yeah. And so my grandmother came from Zogowi, from the Ge family. So she happened to have been in Monrovia at the time of my birth as well. And so she said, Atole Mwanye. And Mwanye is the same as Mwanye in Dan. In Mano and all that. And so the Mwanye name came about as well. Now, one other name that didn't become official, but from my mother's side, people still refer to me because my mom comes from Lofa County. They call me Fokpa. Okay. That one was given to me by my mother's father, who died a long time in 1985. Okay, earlier only 1985. All right. Now, that's me for you. So my name is Anthony Jirate Mwanye Fokpa. All right.
We got a little food. You gotta get some GB and Kasarali.
You go all the way to the southeast. You come from the southeast. The American Liberian East Anthony. You know how to call Anthony, yeah?
Was it Anthony?
Anthony,
Right?
yeah,
Anthony. That's what we call me. Anthony. Now Jate, Wanye, Kuronkwa, all that. And so that's how my names came about. Now I am the second son of the late General Thomas Goankama Kuronkwa, former commanding general of the armed forces of Liberia, and also the son of Phoebe Kiabe Kali Kuso, my dear mother. Now, the history of Anthony Kuronkwa started in Buze Quarter, right behind the Barclay Training Center, or what you call BTC. So for those of us who grew up, in Monrovia, you know what they call Buze Quarter. My mother's father, that's my grandfather from mother's side, was part of the armed forces of Liberia. He even went to Fernandopo and even went to Congo. All right, because you know Liberia had troops in the Congo War. He was part of that contingent of Liberian soldiers that went on peacekeeping mission in Congo. So upon his return to Liberia, he was then assigned to the former Speaker of the Liberian Parliament, that was Richard Henry. All right, he was assigned to Richard Henry. And so because my grandfather lived in Buze Quarter, obviously my mom was there in Buze Quarter selling in the little Loma market, right, in Buze Quarter. My father was then enlisted into the army in 1971. And then from Todi, they went on to BDC. You know, the Soya men in the evening that they count out of the fence, go do the small hustle there. The late President Do then, Western there, put there, the other then, you know. So my papa bracket going the Liberian way now. My papa bracket my Oma. Bracket the Oma there. And it will interest you to know that my mother had my older sister, Dede Koukunkwa, when she was 14 years old.
Oh, okay.
She had my older brother, Gwankama Kurunkwa Jr., Thomas Kurunkwa Jr., my older brother, when she was 16 years old. And she had me, Anthony Njirate Wanya Kurunkwa, when she was 18 years old.
Okay. So she how old are you guys?
So you can see that her entire youthful life, teen life, came with childbirth and looking after children. At the time, nobody in Liberia knew who Thomas Kurunkwa was. All right? It will also interest you to know that when I was born, my father was 26 years old.
Oh, wow.
When the PRC took over in 1985, my father was 25 years old. My father died at age 30.
Very young.
So when you see on my WhatsApp profile picture, a picture of him, that picture was placed there on the 25th of June, which happens to be the birth month of my father. June 25, 1955. So this is a little history of Anthony Kurunkwa and a little history of my family.
Thank you.
So at the age of 4, my father died. So I barely even knew my father.
Yeah. Wow.
But what I've come to realize, or what I've come to know over the years, because of my curiosity, is that my father loved the Republic of Liberia and he loved the people of Nimba County. And so as a son, I feel very honored to be involved in the body politic of our country and to have served the Republic of Liberia in the capacities in which I serve. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. As you spoke, I was sitting here and just reminiscing and thinking about my own story. But tonight is not about me; it's about you. you were 4 years old when your father was killed. Mine was 8 years old. Old man was killed in 1990. So I was 8 years old. So I don't think I remember him. I don't remember him. So so imagine you. So I can just think about him here and there, but I don't remember him. The only thing I remember was in 1990 when those guys came and they caught him at the house there, took him for interrogation, beat him, and they brought him back. That's the only time I really remember that, and we were all crying. But yeah, great history there, man, brother. You enlightened me. I heard a lot about the general. I admire the history, and I have been one of the biggest, but I've not really gotten to know the details and about his upbringing with all the timing, the age, and everything that you just laid out there. That's something that Tony, most of those folks, the Pekin, younger people in Liberia, need to hear these type of history, right? They just hear the general, they just hear Thomas Grandpa, and history has to be talk, right? We need to talk about it once in a while, my brother, and that's what this media platform is for. That's why we are here. Our goal is to make sure that I don't want history, especially our heroes, the legacy and stuff to go down without us knowing about it. I want my grandkids, my children, even in the US here, to know about these things, right? Because that's what really happens. But I really appreciate that. That was really good. I know the folks who are listening to it in Butuo, in Campley or wherever they're listening, they most of them can relate to that. So I want to appreciate you for sharing that with all of us. Every time you come on, you see new viewers, right? The last time you were here was different. Now it's different. Yeah, the platform growing. So the next time you come maybe you'll be speaking to audience from our studio in Ganta. Who knows? You never know, right? But thank you so much. I have my co-host here, Junior. Are you there? You want to say hi to your Babi?
Yeah, I think I'm okay now. I tried setting up things on the back. Mr. Kuyongba, good evening. How you doing, Chief?
Hey, JR, what's up, man?
I'm okay. It's been a long time. I'm told that you're in Liberia.
No, I'm currently in the US, but we'll be in Liberia at the close of the year.
Okay, all right. Welcome to the show this evening. We look forward to having a wonderful conversation with you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for that. So, man, we will go right into it. You serve in Liberia, you pay your due and you serve, and you see, a lot about governance. You've been there. You are one of the folks that we should even pay attention to. We should learn from you, your experience from the previous government and now. What's your assessment, my dear brother, about Liberia right now as it stands when it comes to the governance issue, when it comes to everything, just overall view of the government and Liberia, the nation as a whole, as it stands now?
Well, I think like most countries in the world, Liberia has the potential to become a great nation within the Committee of Nations. But in order for that to be realized, there will need to be some alterations in many facets of our society. Okay. At the moment, there is this new phenomenon that has entered the body politic of our country, and that is the issue of lies and deception. The sooner the people of Liberia can come to grips with the danger when someone who wants to become a leader involves in the issue of deception, the better our country will be in terms of electing the right kind of people. When the society punishes people who are seeking public offices for lies or lying, then we will be getting on the path of real transformation in our country. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case now. Instead, those who are very deceptive are the ones who are giving bigger roles to play in our society. Hence, the direction of Liberia. And this is not just, currently. This is something that has been happening, I can say, in our generation.
Right.
I can say in our generation. And it has to be something that the generality of Liberians must look at and try to address. But as a patriotic Liberian, I will use this medium and all other medium to encourage Liberians to do proper due diligence before making anybody a leader in our country, whether it's in the legislature or the presidency of our country. Failure on our part to do that, we'll find ourselves in the same place that we've always been. That is, things not going. Okay. Take, for example, Anthony Kruonkpa. I lived all my life in Liberia except for brief spells when I had an opportunity to come to the US to go to school. Everything about my life is out there. There has never been a moment in my life that I have associated myself with anything resembling violence. Zero, none whatsoever. But at a particular point in time in Liberia, my character was maligned. If it wasn't for God first and other well-meaning Liberians and people beyond the borders of Liberia who followed Anthony Kruonkpa over the years, I would have been a dead man in terms of character, in terms of having a space in our body politic in our country, simply because certain elements in our society decided that they should damage my reputation solely on the issues of lies. And you don't know the magnitude of these things until you find yourself in the midst of them. Like we're sitting here tonight. Somebody just walk on the street of Ghana and say, "Oh, Gian Ping raped somebody's daughter 1 hour ago." I'm telling you.
It sticks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the thing. By the time you come out to clarify a name, it's gone.
And what I'm saying tonight is those responsible for trying to wrongly destroy other people should be punished in our ballot politics. Those people should not be given the chance to leadership, because if you do that, you give somebody who can knowingly lie on another human being, right? Leadership of the country. What do you think is going to happen with our country?
Oh, you can hear me? Tony, you can hear me? Oh, you. Yeah, so guys, we are hosting Anthony Kruonkpa tonight, and we're having conversation. We're talking Liberia. We're talking about Liberia. We're talking everything. I know you got a call there, right? I mean, I want to not call you from Liberia. We got a man with the CEO of the show, and we had to call people.
Maybe it was why you coming on tonight? You letting me know, right?
Oh, okay. We back there. I thought it could be called your attention to that show, to that kind of show, man. So let's see here.
Yeah, so I'm good.
Right. So I was gonna follow. Oh, Dr. Host. Hold on 1 second. I mean. So what you just said there, I want to know if if this is a societal issue, if it has to do with the population, the people of Liberia, or is a leadership issue, because we need, who are we, asking to be careful here when it comes to making these leadership decisions.
Now, there are some very corny people who take advantage of the fact that most of our people in Liberia do not have the patience to verify information that they are given. Okay? Assume somebody hears something the wrong way. But mind you, the reputational damage to another person is something that takes long to be healed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we want to build a decent society, we should not build a decent society on deception. Let us be factual. And I was in a conversation with somebody the other day. The person said, maybe you don't need to be a politician in Liberia. Say you won't be truthful, the people will now elect you. So you see the mindset.
Yeah.
So it means the foundation of our country. There's a problem. I want to become the leader of the people that will make decisions to impact their lives. But I'm supposed to lie to them and tell them, say, when you vote for me, I will build you the golden bridge between San Francisco.
San Francisco.
You know, when
In the Bay Area.
that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen in the next 15, 20 years. That's not going to happen. I should tell the person, I would send all your generation to America to go to school, when that's not going to happen. Let the person know me for who I am and what I stand for and what I will be able to do with leadership in the country, but not to go and deceive the person. And that's why you having a lot of other people can call it people just murmuring in the country. You know, the reason people, our Liberian partner, when people murmuring in the country, it means plenty people told the people there, the thing is not coming. So people murmuring now.
And they get tall. They get tall.
To stop the murmuring, let us begin to be truthful to the Liberian people. Because I believe if you are a truthful person, then your leadership of the country will be one the people will forever remember.
Do you think that Liberia leadership have been built on lies and deception?
In all honesty, deception has taken hold in our society.
When did you begin to realize this?
And this is something that I have battled against for a while. Like I said to you, somebody told me, you will not get elected in Liberia because you're too truthful. Okay? When somebody tells a political actor like Anthony Kruokpa that say you won't be truth-telling politician in Liberia, you will not win election, what does that say to you? It says to a person that, well, this is the order of the day. This is what you have to do. This is what the Liberian people want. If you can say, hey, the people who are supposed to make you a leader in our country, they're not looking at you.
Yeah, you're on your own.
Okay? So I'm afraid this sort of mentality needs to change. Or else we'll just be running around in one little circle, year in, year out. People continue to, what the word I use for momo? People one day. Okay? So that's something that we need to look inside. We need to do some introspection of ourselves, those of us who wanting to become leaders in our country, to say for once, let us be truthful to the Liberian people. Let us say to them the realities, because if we don't do it, we'll continue to give them what God breaking heart. Because you make the person expectation to be way like this. And then when the people give you the leadership, you drop it way on the person's feet. The next morning, I'm breaking heart there, my man. I'm breaking heart.
Somebody told me you're not a Facebook person. You don't often go on Facebook or post on Facebook. But I want to ask you this. Have you been following the discourse in Nima of late?
Well, I may not be on Facebook, but I am in tune with most, if not all, of the developments in the Republic of Liberia.
Well, that's okay. I think now this leads up to the actual conversation. Last Sunday, former Minister of Mines and Energy, Wilmot Pay, appeared on.
Hold on. We were taking it step by step. We have other. I forgot to get you some of the info here about. We will go to that later. We will go to Nima later. Yeah, let me see. So what we wanted to ask here, I'm sorry that I will hit you up inbox. We want to talk about the drugs issue, right? Yeah, the drugs issue. Yeah, that is actually, sadly you notice that it's going down small. It's becoming a Liberia regular thing, Coca-Cola thing, like pop up, and then it will just go down like that. So I want us to get his perspective on the drugs issue, the prevailing drugs issue, and then we can move down to Liberia, Nimba County, and then and Waterfield. So
great.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. The issue of drug abuse, drug overdose, drug use, the misuse of drugs, and the whole 9 yards is something that is very near and dear to my heart. Why do I say that? My family is reeling this very menace in our society today. We have been dealing with this for more than 20 years in our family. I mean, it's something that is directly impacting me as I sit here because it is affecting someone that I love so dearly. Okay? And so when I talk about the issue of drug, I talk about it in all honesty and all sincerity. And one of the things that I got very angry with the people from the rescue mission in 2023 was when they chose to politicize the issue of drug. I felt I was very, very, you not caring for people who have been impacted by this drug issue in Liberia. The drug issue has nothing to do with a particular administration. This is something that started, during the dark days of our country. And it started to expand. It started to grow. More and more people started to get exposed to drugs issue in our country. And the situation is what it is today. But I would like to come from another perspective on this whole drug issue, other than your regular politicking, UP, CDC, ANC, BBC, MPC,
CMC.
Because I believe when you bring politics into drugs, a substance that has the propensity to destroy the fabric of our society, then I believe you are not patriotic to Liberia. It should not be about politics. Because in the history of Liberia, or in our most recent history, the issue of drug has always been there. So for you to now take it and make a party A and party B discussion, it means you don't care about the people you want to lead tomorrow. And I talk on this issue as passionate as I'm doing because it's affecting my family today as I speak to you. Drug cartels in the world do not target developed countries for their operations. Developed countries are the end users of the drugs because they're not going to make billions and billions of dollars in the Liberian market. So obviously, what they look for are poor regions around the world where poverty is on the up.
Mm-hmm.
where living conditions are very poor. And so they identify those areas, go there because they know with very little, they will get away with moving their drugs from point A to point B. Until we Liberians, when I mean we Liberian, our administration, since we are in the administration of President Boakai, until this administration, the next administration, and foreseeable administrations prioritize job creation, opportunities for Liberians, decent living for Liberian people, we're not getting away from this drug issue, in all honesty. For example, somebody who is making $150 US monthly, what's the possibility that that person would turn down $10,000 to close the eye for 30 seconds? What's the possibility that person would turn down $10,000 one time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times? What's the possibility? Look, there will always be compromises. But when the living conditions of the people becomes better, when living standard of the people become better, law enforcement are being paid like law enforcement, then you will begin to address little by little the issue of drug abuse or drug or cocaine or whatever in Liberia. Until that time, stop making politics, because politics is not going to help the situation. Party X can come there tomorrow morning, and if you're still paying DEA officials, airport security people, police people, you still paying them $200-300 a month in a country where rest press in Anle used to be 97. Where this time when you carry $20 in the market, when you come in by the Plaza Beze, you can just be swinging it a day. You know, until you address these fundamental issues, you're not fighting drugs because you're wasting your time. You might succeed here, but tomorrow morning they will still get away with whatever they want to get away with. So focus on issue of improving the lives of the people, creating jobs for people, decent jobs, ensuring that law enforcement officers are paid decently and understand the benefits associated with the job is so good for the end of family that compromising that should not be something to come to their minds. When you do that, then you will begin addressing the issue of curbing this illicit drug thing or drug movement across our country. So that will be my take on it, and not your regular, party X, party B, something, because this is something that's affecting my family, and I believe is affecting a lot of families in Liberia. You go to Randall Street, you go to what they call, you see friends that you grew up with.
Don't let me hold you there. You're talking Randall Street. We have one of our journalists the last time from the district 5 in Butuo. And the kid was talking about how drugs is affecting people in the villages there. So, I mean, the Randall Street, but how about where in the village, in Butuo? And then the old man and the papi then over there now, they're complaining. They are worried about their kids' future. At least Monrovia, in the urban area is bad and it's different. But imagine people having drugs issue in the village, in Loguatu, in all those small towns. So everybody is.
But this is where we come. Take, for example, in 2020, that's why I said I got very angry with the rescue people when they decided to politicize drug issue. All right? They are in power today. Has the drug issue been curtailed? Has the drug issue been curtailed? If anything, it has how do you call it, skyrocketed at an exponential level. So, should we equally say now today that President Boakai bringing drugs in the country? Or is the vice president bringing drugs in the country? No, we can't say that because we are patriotic Liberians. We know this thing is beyond an individual. So let us not politicize drug issue in the country. Let's face it as a nation and see those things that we can do as solutions to this problem. And so when CDC and other opposition parties are arguing and making other points, one can only say they are justified, right? Because yesterday it was the former president, for God's sake, and how they call it, and rescue of Finabondo, how they call rescue, right? And Finabondo, who were being directly accused for drugs in the country, when the very people in Unity Party knew fully well that these people had nothing to do with drug issue in the country. We had a systemic issue with drugs, and until we address the fundamentals of our society, it will be difficult for us to combat drugs and eradicate it, totally from our country. That's why I say again, deception. Deception. The sooner we can understand and be able to fetch out people who want to deceive people in our body politics, the better our country will be. Because if you allow somebody to just deceive you from point A all the way to point Z, that person ain't doing anything else but deception to you, because he knows that what you like. That's what you believe, even though the deception is not getting you to where you need to get.
Thank you. And then, Junior, before you come in there, do you think the way they are handling it is speedy enough, or is transparent enough in terms of, up to now, they have called folks' name, but no arrest has been made at all. And these were the same people who campaign on, like you said, on drugs. So nothing happened.
One of the principal reason, one off, and I can list few, because I supported President Weah, right? And to this day, I have zero regrets for supporting President Weah. Okay, but one of the reasons President Weah lost that election in 2023 was the issue of drugs.
You hearing him?
I can hear him, yeah.
Liberians were made to believe it was President Weah responsible for drugs in our country. Okay, and a lot of our people believe it. Alvin, a lot of our people believe it. Okay, so it comes back to the first thing that I talked about, the issue of truth telling in our country. Not because you want political office, you should say something that is totally false because you want to get to power. Don't do that. Let us build a society on fact telling. Let us build a society on being truthful to the people we want to lead in our country. All right. Now, you made a drug issue about the previous president. All right. And people close to him. Now, today, the drug issue is right before our very eyes. We are hearing, based on information, that President Bouaka suspended somebody he had appointed in his government, who, according to information, the 19 million drug was found at the person's house. I'm sure you guys are getting that same kind of information, right?
You're referring to probably the guy from the Anoka board?
Okay, yes, because I saw a communication that he was suspended pending, investigation into all these things. Yeah. So now, what says you, as a government that came to power, making people to believe everything about the drug in the country was about the previous government? What says you today? What says you today? At what point do we become truth-telling to our people that we want to lead in the country? And so for me, like that person said to me, I will not win sitting like bro, because I can lie. Let me not win sit. But I want to go to bed in one piece, not knowing that I have done something morally wrong because I want power. They ain't got to get that power. My brother, I can control. I'm a simple man from making my okra sauce. I did okra sauce. I just feel my fufu. When I finish talking here, I want to do my okra sauce with my fufu. And
I didn't want the Ghana American fish or that Nigerian type.
I mean, they get it in the bases here. Just put the water inside. You know, my man.
Studio, you can hear us?
I'm hearing you guys. I'm hearing
I'm
you.
talking about our host.
So now this will lead us to a more dialogue conversation here this evening. One may say, Anthony Kuyonpa, you serve in Josh Weah administration. You hold one of the highest ranking position in the administration. You used to be like an advisor to the president. But this same drug issue was in your administration. What did you do to curtail it?
I don't know who coming up with that other one. See, look, the president had his advisors. I was a junior minister at the executive mansion. But let me also say to you, I also work with the Ellen government. All right. I also work with the Ellen government. And so And so for me personally, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes.
you. We can hear you.
Yeah. So whether I did not speak out in the George Weah administration or I didn't, the very thing you're hearing me saying today, I've always that look, my brother from one man, one power is affected by drugs. Do you think I'm going to play games with it? Do you think I'm going to make it to look like that I'm bluffing about what a country should do about addressing the drug issue? No. That's why I said to you from the onset, Unity Party made it about a particular administration, and that was completely wrong and misleading. So today, CDC can make it out of Unity Party. So then what happens about eradicating the drug issue in the country? Is that the way we'll solve the problem? That's not how you're going to solve the problem. Okay? For you to look at a certain president to say he's responsible for drug in the country, let's be honest. George Weah is George Weah. Outside the presidency, he's George Weah and will forever be George Weah. He's an internationally recognized human being. His name is set in stone for generations to come. There's nothing about that. Would that man want to trade that image of his to be associated with drugs? Do you think that? Do you believe that? And so for a group of people, because they say they come into power or they want to come to power, decide to make something that is killing young people, old people, destroying the fabric of our society to make it a one-person issue. For me, I was completely disappointed with the whole rescue people when they did that, because then that became very personal to me, because that was more for me to take than your regular politicking and all that kind of stuff. And so today they're having the drug issue. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. I think I call it the guy that work KARMA, Kama.
Kama really after that.
Kama is real. That's what's happening today. But unlike the Unity Party people, Anthony Kwekwa will not go say that Joseph Boakai bringing drug in the country, President Boakai bringing drug in the country, or Vice President Kun bringing drug in the country, because I am very sane enough, okay, to know that I can tell the president that he didn't want bringing drugs, Vice President that he didn't want bringing drugs.
Now, taking you to Nima.
Differences, I will not do that. But it's a shame that the very drug issue, on day one, the government said drug was, the people took drug tests. But the very DEA today, look at DEA, 4 different leadership at DEA. What does that say to you about the fight on drug? No, the drug issue, I'm passionate. That's why I'm talking about it. Can we safely say the government has failed on the issue of drug? At least we can say that. We're going, this is the 3rd year here now. We'll be hitting the 4th year very soon. You've had 4 leadership at DEA. Yet the issue of drug has not been curtailed. It has even ballooned, like my man Tigo Yole would say. So can we say the government of President Boakai has failed on the fight on drugs? We can safely say that, because nothing speaks to any issue that seems to be improving the fight against drugs. And some of our family members, some of our friends, one of my friends, we grew up in Yekepa. I call him Bobby. When I was in Liberia the last time, normally I met him at the Abijale supermarket on Randall and UN Drive there. They got a supermarket down there, right? So when I went, I decided to go get my Quaker Oats there, because I know I would normally see him. I would drive a lady. But when I went there that day, the other friend, they called Simeon. I saw Simeon. I said, "What's up, man? I seen the general." I go to call Bobby the general. I said, "I seen the general." He said, "We just buried the man for yesterday."
Wow.
Do you think that's something that I should look at, right? And want to make politics out of it, and want to clap my hand for people who are making politics out of something that's killing people, children, and destroying our society? No, I don't. And I have zero pity on speaking about the issue of drug, because for me, it's personal. All right? You charge another government for bringing drugs in the country, doing everything about drugs. Now you came there. Everybody took drugs from, I know it's like everybody took the drug test from week 1. All right? Okay? But AB Kroma on a group, not good enough. They move on there. P-test. not good enough. The officer in charge, Peter, not good enough. Oh man, Anthony Saul,
So yeah.
Una Group, not good enough. Right now we get Biago, who I'm told is acting. Okay, and still we now found 19 million drugs, and the information from I think Martin Colley and one Sahara. I think you guys should research that Sahara thing. They did an extensive report on the whole drug issue.
Yeah.
Okay, that more than 4 different times drugs have gone through that place between 2024 to date. Okay, so it tells you the whole thing is just a mess. And I'll be honest, I don't care who feels however they feel about this issue on drugs, because it's beyond the regular politics in Liberia. This is personal to me. The whole issue is a mess. We can safely say the government has failed on the fight on drugs. All right? For those who want to think otherwise, that's up to you. Anthony Knop, I don't really dream about how you think about his opinion on national issues, especially issue as serious as this one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Again, if you just joined us here this evening, you are listening to the Heat Hour program, and we have with us Honorable Anthony Kuyongba. Anthony joined us here tonight on the show as we discuss the state of the nation in Liberia.
Are we at Sekou Kalasco?
Yeah, Kalasco, yeah,
but see, so you Sekou Kalasco is coming from the point where you would not even want to argue with the man. Because Sekou then all were accused
yeah,
of bringing drugs in the country. And so today you have an administration that accused them. The administration has miserably failed. We can say that. Has miserably failed. If you have 4 different heads at the DEA in 3 years and you're still busting drugs and drugs leaving the country, what does that say? Do I need to go and sit anywhere to want to argue again that the government has failed on the fight on drugs? No, I don't need it. The evidence are before our eyes.
So let me take you to Nima. I know we'll come to the national scene a little bit. Let's go to the issue of reconciliation.
We've been listening to man for a long time. Let's try to,
I don't care what you do. I said to them because I was swallow my domo.
I did GB after you saw my GB picture on WhatsApp thing. I'm showing my GB. Somebody call me GB CEO. I say I'm proud of that. Yeah,
so with all the issue that happened in Zwato, in Zor, and then the current state of the nation, and also in Nima, have this administration, especially those of them that are from Nima, have they tried to reconcile some of you who were on the other side of the aisle when the campaign was going on? Have you received any call of reconciliation before from this administration, especially those that are from Nima? I'm talking about the vice president, the rest of the folks.
Well, let me just correct you. It's Zwale.
Zwale, sorry.
Zwale, Zualay. That's my hometown. The town that gave George Weah almost 1,000 votes. The town that voted the most for George Weah in 2023.
And the town that you allegedly maybe got attacked.
The town that gave George Weah almost 1,000 votes in Nima County. The whole Nima County town that voted the most for George Weah. Let me make that point also clear. But to his credit, the vice president reached out to me, not once, not twice, but 3 times. We spoke as brothers. And for me personally, that's enough. Right? We move on. We move on to the next phase of our respective lives. Okay. Other than that, I have gotten some calls from some of those who were taking picture of Uwe water and stuff, apologizing and all that. But like I said, I've moved on from there. My going to Nimba and obviously the district will be to do a tour of the entire district to just speak to the people, admonish the people, appreciate them for all they've done for me, my family, and the Kuyongba movement, and to let them know that as long as we are breathing, as long as you hear me talking like this, I will forever be in politics in our country. Like I've always said to people, my being in politics is different from a lot of people who are involved in politics. when it comes to Nimba County. Nimba politics, that's what we're talking now. Now, so
Yeah, we in him out. Yeah.
the love the people of Nimba and as well Liberia, but since we are discussing Nimba, the love the people of Nimba have for my father made them to undertake the greatest risks a human being can put himself through. That's to revolt against a dictatorial government, during which a lot of our people died. A lot of people who have become leaders of Liberia and leaders of Nimba County died. Yes, I was only 4 years old when my father died. And of course, I knew nothing about the subsequent killings of our people from Nimba. But as I grew up, I learned, I listened, and I knew. For as long as I live, for as long as I'm involved in politics, for as long as the Kurumpa family is around and strong and going, we are forever indebted to the people of Nimba and of course the Republic of Liberia. So my involvement in politics is meant to give back to the people of Nimba because they've given a lot to my family and myself through their priceless support and dedication to my father. And so we will be involved in politics for as long as it takes. And we will forever champion the cause of the people of Nimba, by extension, the people of Liberia. Make no mistake, Anthony Kurumpa is in politics and will be a major actor in 2029.
When you say in politics, woman named Zwali there, they want to know the details there. So
I will be in Nimba politics and I will be in national politics.
will you be contesting 2029?
But how you be in Nimba politics, you not contest?
Well, you see, Junior sit there right behind the team and get involved with Nimba politics.
Well, obviously, I have to contest to bring about proper leadership to our people in District Number 3, because one of the landmark legislation the current lawmaker of District Number 3 just passed was to remove Yege Koluba as a sitting representative. So is that the kind of leadership that the people of District Number 3 send him there for? The people of District Number 3 send Honorable Gay there to go and pass legislation that will impact the lives of the people, that will impact the health condition of our people, that will create the sort of environment that young men and women can know that their life is destined for something. But not to go remove another lawmaker, and that is your major legislation as a lawmaker. All right. So that's some of the reason we need to step in and try to bring sense to the discourse, because as the man is the chairman on foreign affairs. I don't know what has that role done directly for or indirectly for the people of District Number 3. In Morovia, there's a way, or our manager know how to close your mouth on a way. They can put on a beat that on your head. But under you, that simple river, under you, even though you just untie your feet hanging, simple river, all that kind of thing. But look, that's a discussion for another day. But I'm saying to you here tonight.
No. But we can't keep that for another day.
I have not rested.
Okay.
But I want to say to you categorically that I will be involved in District 3 politics. I will be involved in Nimba politics. I will be involved in national politics in 2029 and beyond. Like I said, the Kurumpa family is forever indebted to the people of Nimba. And so we will always make the people of Nimba to know, when my father was what you want to call the face of Nimba, he was never divisive during his time. He created the avenue for a lot of Nimba people to be heard and to be respected in our country. And so, as a son, I am equally obliged to continuing in that footstep. And so, despite the trials and tribulations, we are still committed to being with our people in Nimba and, of course, the people of Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. You know, my man, we the media man, we kind of like to get news and stuff like that. So talk a little bit about the current lawmaker who's in your district there. I know this is off track there, but a little bit. If you don't mind sharing a little light on that, what's your take on his leadership? Recently, before recently, some of our journalists used to go in district 3 there, interviews, few people, and then a lot of folks were complaining. You know, a lot of folks were complaining from the district there about his performance or lack thereof. Recently, there was a young man, I think he's in Rwanda somewhere, who wrote an article about his disappointment in the current lawmaker. On our platform, we share that as well. So you being, you know, I guess that definitely you've already pronounced that you'll be involved in the politics there. What's your assessment, other than the foreign affair thing that he's on? What's your assessment? What have you been hearing about his work in Nimba? Then when you go there, or when you're in Liberia, what do you hear about him? What's your overall assessment about his performance thus far?
Yeah, I personally gave the Honorable 2 years of grace period.
Mm-hmm.
Because, look, I'm not desperate for power.
Mm-hmm.
Because when one is desperate, that's when he resort to all sorts of unorthodox things to attain leadership. Me, I don't let that. And so Honorable Gaden involved themselves in a lot of smear campaign against Anthony Kriompa only because they wanted this position. From calling me Madingo Man because my name is Jrate, from referring to me as the most useless man in Liberia that get girlfriend in the whole world, and referring to me as the drunkard, the man who can just go to all the liquor shop in the district and drink liquor, who did, from the man who can speak Gio, he didn't get PhD in Gio, he didn't get PhD in Mano, and all those things that are inconsequential to what a representation of your people means. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If I can speak Gio like somebody who get PhD in Gio, does that have anything to say this man doesn't have the ability to effectively represent his people at the legislature? The answer is no. If I'm a social person who love to be in the presence of people, make you to believe that Anthony Kriompa, those who know me personally know that Anthony Kriompa, he can dream, but I just once in a blue moon, and the vine dream, he say, nah, easy, right? But listen, I wasn't born in Nimba County. I wasn't born to a Nimba mother and a Nimba father. No, I was born to a Loma mother and a Gio father, or the Nimba father, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 4 years old, my father died. Who you think I lived with? I obviously lived with my mother. All right? You expect the Loma people to go be speaking down in the Loma on the book and say, and where he live at so finally. You think they were supposed to lead that one and say, yeah, no, they will not do that, right? They will not do that, right? So obviously, but the most important thing, and I think the people of Nimba should be very grateful to my mother, because despite everything that happened, she always reminded us of the love that our dad had for his people. She said, our house used to be like market ground 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
And your father was always receptive to everybody. And so that I grew up knowing that fact about my father. All right. And so I didn't come to this country and decided to stay like others would do. I came here when I completed my studies. I moved back to Liberia. And when I moved back to Liberia, I immediately went to Nimba. To what? Identify with the people of Nimba. And ever since I've been doing it. All right? But you look at me, you say, because my name is Jate. You go to the people of Bele, you say the man's name is Jabate. Simply because in your mind, Mandingos are not good enough to be anything in Liberia. So if we associate his name with the Mandingo ethnic group, the people there will not vote for him because they say he's Mandingo man. Now, somebody with that kind of mentality goes to become the leader of the people. What do you expect of his leadership? What do you expect? So I am not surprised that he's performing the way he's performing. We know dismally, but it doesn't surprise me because I saw it from a distance. And so it is hard time that the people of our district number 3, understand that. Yes, Anthony Kweonkpa did not grow up in district number 3. He was not born there. He didn't go to Kanha. He didn't go to Zogui Elementary School or Kiale Public School or Duople Public School. Okay? But one thing you will never take away from me is my Nimba-ness and the love for the people of Nimba that I have. And this is something that transcends my generation. It's from all the way back there. I'm from a family of people who have served the Republic of Liberia. Okay? And so that you can't take it from me. All right? Do I speak Gil? Do I speak Mana? I try my best to speak it. I try my best to understand it.
Some people are born in that from the village there. They can't speak it.
It's not anything that defines or that determines whether I am and if I could be an effective lawmaker. No. And so we need to get away from that and discuss the issues that matter to our people. That is most important.
Thank you. Now, still on your representative, how would you rate him when it comes to reconciliation or reconciling the district?
Look, they say the single apple can be part of the collective and whatnot, right? But listen, Honorable Gay has attempted, but do I believe it is something of his making? No. And the reason I say so is because a leader must be, what I want to say, intentional about what he or she wants to do. Because we've realized that it is not within his purview. Not his purview. It is not within his DNA. We have decided we will do our reconciliation in however way we know best. Because we understand that people were lied to in district number 3 about Anthony Kweonkpa. Can you imagine? The men can go tell people say Anthony Kweonkpa can spray a beer because you want Alan old. Now, it sounds very funny. Amma, what's up? It sounds very funny, but these are things that people take seriously, especially when you're having.
So before you air your thought, that do you spray your beers?
That's you spray your beer.
So what in the America here where when they say you working 12, 13 hours, I read 12, 13 hours you can work, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think when you come from putting in 12, 13, 14 hours a day,
you have time to sleep?
Do you think you get time to go stand in bathroom in from mirror and say, Sonny, you doing that, do it. What they call you think so? It's not possible. Listen, in my mother's family, people grade very early. All right? And so at the age of 24, my head's out to get away. I even tried putting down Lovely. But the very first month I put down Lovely, the gray hair I came the next month I got scared.
At least your own like gray hair, my own pie, everything left.
My BSL in the middle say not easy, right? Yeah. You see, so these are the kind of things. So when you know you cannot stand with somebody and discuss pertinent issues. You resort to these sort of politicking that got zero thing to do about improving the lives of our people. All right? They go to say, oh, why you won't vote for the mayor? When the man go to Capitol Building, when y'all go asking something in down, the man will be speaking to you in English. So you don't vote for him. They say, oh, yeah, the man in a Jabate. The man a Maningo man. Nana, General Krion Passon. Now, when you see General Krion, you see the man, nobody got to tell you. But they General Krion, so they think funny, right? But it's very powerful. But we need to get away from these politics. Because these are the kind of politics when the people give you leadership, you don't know how to lead from point A to point B to point Z to point what they call. But this time, as head of the Foreign Affairs Committee, we should be talking plenty of things that have happened internationally with trickle-down impact on the people of District Number 3. Because remember now, while you are up there, the reason for which you're up there is because the people from down there send you there. So whatever you're doing must have a trickle-down effect on the people in District Number 3.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So if I try to get you right here, the district is not fully reconciled by the honorable representative. And I want to make a follow-up question to that. Do you think if things continue on this path, 2029 is not going to be the same when Anthony Queen and other was being attacked in his own hometown?
So we are making our own strides, and that I will not disclose here, all right, for obvious reasons. But we are making our own strides. And the good thing is some of the very actors of that thing that happened have themselves reached out to us seeking forgiveness. They've gone openly and told people the reasoning behind what happened and how it happened and whatnot. But like I said, the vice president of the country reached out and we had a very good discussion. And for me, that's sufficient. The rest, we'll do it in our way that we know best. And we are making strides in that regard. Yeah.
When it comes to education, how will you rate the honorable lawmaker in giving quality education to the people at District 3, maybe the elementary schools that are there, going to the university level when it comes to financial aid, donation to students from the district and all of that? How well are you informed with that too?
But sometimes that certain information that you don't even need to be informed that it's supposed to be readily available. Assuming that the person has done it, right? So by now, you should be referencing me or referring me to the honorable yearly report, first quarter report, semi-annual report, where he do XYZ. It's also be available. But the fact that you and I are talking, which indicate to me that the availability of that does not exist, tells me there's nothing there to be spoken about.
Thank you. We have of us on our Anthony Quionkpa here this evening, and we're discussing NIMBA, Liberia, and the body politics of our country too as well. Aman, it's great to have you on here. Before we come to you to ask your question, CEO, welcome.
Oh, you're welcoming me? I didn't want to welcome you.
We still in NIMBA, so I gotta welcome you to the actual NIMBA discussion. A lot in NIMBA for us to discuss.
Yeah, we got plenty in NIMBA to discuss, and it is a great show. As always, when you bring intellectuals on this platform, you learn a lot. Tony is one of those who has wealth of knowledge, and that's why we're excited about it, and that's why we are hosting this on a Saturday. But on Sunday, I will start for now and then. I know you just joining us. Have you been following the show? If you have one question for your brother, you can ask that, and then we'll move on to the major topic here on the discussion. One question.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening, the Honorable Anthony Quionkpa. And Jim, good evening. It is an honor to be with you. Like he was saying.
Why you talking so, man?
Apo come my Ipo.
That's all. Because that
Yeah, I
was
can
problem.
do
That was problem.
Remember, Alex, yes, Miguel, force you to speak the diet of that.
All right. CEO, having said that, like me, I've been one of the biggest critics of the representative of District Number 3 because I strongly believe I've been in the legislature, covered the legislature, and been around capital building for a very long time. The chairperson on foreign affairs is the standing leadership member of the House. The first standing leadership member from the speaker and the deputy speaker is the chair on executive. Second is the chair on judiciary. Third is the chair on foreign affairs. That's how important that particular foreign affairs committee chair it is in the House. But to work at Ministry of Foreign Affairs and you come to the legislature, they make you chair on foreign affairs. Nothing. All of the foreign travel, all of the foreign scholarship, you have no knowledge about it. Everything, these are positions that people milk. Henry Formula then milk. They connected a lot of their full soldiers, their entire office staff in all of the region in Europe, in America, in Canada. But how many people that the brother can boast up today? You know, when speaking about Belege, I can be passionate about it because this is where we are from. Our root is from Belege. And it has been one of the positions that we get in the legislature that there is absolutely zero impact. So my questions to a big brother, a very brilliant, a tyrant intellectual. He don't succumb to nothing. Very brave. He believes in what he believes in. He has proven over the years to actually be the true son of the general who don't retreat on battle line. We don't get intimidated. If you want to intimidate people there from neighborhood, you that kind of Anthony Kunupa in that because he is very much resilient when it comes to that. What are some of the strategies that you are planning with your team to do different, engagement different in 2029? What are the different steps, the different engagement that you have? What you think that was the cause of your defeat, and you want to in the next campaign you want to be more robust on that. That's what I would love from you.
You want to Metal Gear secret hour, man?
Yes, I will give it. So you know, one time when I was in Monrovia, I think it was 2024. I think it was right after Senator Johnson's demise. You have forwarded some exchange between you and somebody who the person was basically trying to reach out, right? I will remind you live. I don't want to call the person name and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm a strategic thinker, right? And so we are working in our weak ways, right? We are working in our weak ways to right the wrongs of 2023. All right. And our approach this time around will be different from the approaches in the two previous elections because we understand certain things are at play. And so we don't want to have any sort of entanglement with how we go about approaching the 2029 process. But you can be assured that we're working as diligently as possible to ensure this time around we are victorious.
All right. Thank you. We would love to advise you that you
and also we'll be looking up to you and any well-meaning Imbayans who see us fit to represent the people of District Number 3 to come up with suggestions. We will be glad to listen to those suggestions, and you can be assured that where necessary, we will implement those suggestions.
Thank you. Aman, you still got some question from your end?
Oh, I'm good now. We got get one question to start with. No, Aman, if you have a question, you can ask before we go to the main topic on our discussion.
Thank you. As always, when there is a season like 26 Christmas, people back home, people in the district, it is customary to our traditions are leaders reach out to various community, various towns and villages to identify with the people during the festive season. What are some of the activities to reach out to the people at District 3 in the July 26th celebration?
You know,
be listening to you.
Yeah, the 2023 election was very peculiar in the sense that the accompanying activities were not too okay. And normally what I would do after elections, I will always take that first Christmas after election to go around and appreciate all of the voters. All right. But when the election ended and all the accompanying things that happened, when I say accompanying things, I'm talking about the Zwali incident and statements that were made, people threatening my life, calling my phone and saying they would kill me. All kinds of stuff happened. And my advisory team advised that I forget about the 2023 Christmas celebration, where I should have used to go and appreciate the district, and step away, have a breath of fresh air, think about new things, and then come back. So when I went back to Liberia in 2024, October, the plan was to do the Christmas celebration across the district. And then November 28th, I guess, Senator Johnson died. Okay. When Senator Johnson died, obviously that entire plan could not be actualized. Because had I gone through with that plan, the very people who were out to destroy my reputation are going to say, "We tell you, the man he let Prince Johnson not die. Good morning, Prince Johnson." The man going around celebrating and all that. So I didn't want to give them any bait to take. Right? I didn't want to give them any ammunition to use against me. Right? So my team of advisors advised me to guys are coming. Let me just take this call.
Sure.
I'll pick you.
Great. So that's it. We are having conversation here this evening with Honorable Anthony Kuyongba. And of course, we're discussing Liberia, we're discussing NIMA, we're discussing governance, we're discussing policy. Maybe we'll take few calls when he comes back while we go to the final discussion. We might take few calls. But let's get to Amma. Amma, I know you were in Radio City yesterday. If that's true.
So we see you. Why would you do on me like this?
You know how people then.
CEO, on a serious note, I set a record in the CDC that I am a proud person yesterday. Today, to have Meditate more celebrated in the CDC, it is one of my legacy project.
We will come to you, Chief. We'll come there to discuss that.
I'm coming to have the whole CDC resume, CV, how you funded it, and all that one. So yeah, sorry, but I know you were I think you were in the middle of something, right?
Yeah, can you put me on track?
I can't remember.
You're discussing your strategy about
the Christmas.
Oh, yeah. So we could not do that again. So we then left that, and then last year I had when I got back to the country. Of course, I got back in November last year, and then there was some pressing family issues. But I did go to Nimba though. I went to Nimba very quietly. I spent 3 days in the district And the first thing we did was to call the leadership of the Kuyompa movement, that which we did. We met in my hometown, Zwale, and we had a very good discussion, because the first thing, you have to first call your generals. Everybody got to sit, and we do stock of what had happened, and then we know what's up, what's going on. Appreciate everybody, and everybody came up with different stuff. It was okay. That for me was the first thing. And so I left January and came back to the States. So that was the first thing. But I was in the district this going December. I left from the district the very day we were playing the final of the county meet. So I left from Nimba. I got in Monrovia 11. By 3 o'clock, I was on the field that day for Nimba final game against, I think it was Grand somebody. Yeah. So we are doing that. And this year, by the grace of God, we'll be in the country, we'll be in the district. There was recently a tournament organized by some of my Pikine in the district to honor me. It was very successful in Complete. We already have some materials for the reconciliation tournament. So the reconciliation tournament will be going on as we are doing our tour of the district and doing some kitchen cabinet stuff, meeting. We'll visit every community in district number 3, meeting everybody and discussing what the future looks like, appreciating the people and all that. Misinformation, disinformation is very bad in our society. Okay, I know some people, like you said, Junior, some people may still be having some doubts about, what had happened in 2023. That would be an opportunity for us to exchange, and so we can have some understanding. So that's the way we're going to plan it. We're going to be in the district for about 2 weeks when we go to Nimba, touching every corner of the district. Yeah, that's how we're going to do it. Yeah.
You're muted, Data.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. Now, finally, from my end on District 3, before we go to Nimba in general, District number 3 is one of the biggest and the largest districts in Nimba County. As it stands, there is a debate around the threshold setting of Liberia, which of course Nimba is included. What is your take and your advice to the current Nimba County caucus when it comes to setting the threshold for Nimba?
Well, would that be actualized?
It's not confirmed. It's not confirmed.
I'm being speculative here. I'm being speculative.
Okay.
Based on some of the information we're getting, maybe that may not happen. Maybe that may happen. But assuming that will happen, I just want to say to the leaders of our county to do whatever demarcation, whatever redistricting, whatever they're doing, that reflects the aspiration of the people of Nimba and not their personal wishes. Because when you become a leader of the people, your every action and or decision must reflect the aspiration and hopes of the people. So I will use this occasion to say to our leaders of the county, don't feel because you and somebody come and challenge you, the person from somewhere, you want shop the person, what they call, you're doing like that. When you're doing like that, it will not be meeting the aspiration and dreams of the people of Nimba. Do it for the people of Nimba. Whether it means you stay in your play, the other person stay in a play, let it be done. But let it be done for the greater good of the people. That is as much as I would say, and we are looking to see whether, because, the government finding it difficult to raise money. And the creation of electoral district comes with another budgetary appropriation, stuff like that. So every district, at least you're talking maybe $1.something million. You look at the representative office, you look at
if Honorable Kuyompa is elected tomorrow, to serve the people of District number 3, District 3 is very large. You get Belige, you got Zor, you got a Yamen belt and all of that. How will you manage to reach out to the entire population of the district? I know of the previous administration, on Joseph Nyansonwabe, he complained about the district being big. He cannot go across the district. He was focused in Yameng. We know of currently we have the current representative. We are told that he's working mostly within the Belege belt, which is the complete terrain. He's not going to Zor. He's not going to Yameng. What is the difference that Anthony Queen-Power bring to the table?
Is he really working in the Bay Area there?
That's what we are told.
But a very good question, right? Very good.
You who at too?
No. Without being biased here to the lawmaker, we are told that he donated some cement bed to the Christian community. You know, when the people
He is not working Belege. He is not working Belege.
Thank you, Junior. But the man.
Let me respond to the question. Thank you. Let me tell you something. District number 3, the current district number 3, is made of 58 communities from the Sango Zao region all the way to Yameng, Bang. In Sango Zao, you have Douample, Zuople, Ologwatu, Pample, Custom, what we call the Logwatu area that we call it Custom. You got Keseple, you got Kainle Old Town, you got Dauple, you got Kainle New Town, you got Zienle New Town, Zienle Old Town, you got Douple, you got Bample, you got Lapierre number 2, you got Nuaple, you got Yongle, you got Lapierre number 1, you got Cample, you got Lole, you got Mambo, you got Pila Zigle, you got Kampala, you got Sakole, you got Gayple, you got Yeple, you got Komaple, you got Guagotro, you got Kentokogle, you got Setonfo, you got Dule, you got Nyantro, you got Pole, you got Zwale, you got Gaipa, you got Yolowi, you got Gopa, you got Zotapa, you got Zogowi, you got Ganagle, you got Lepula, you got Baple, you got Kiale. That section is the Bear Sangozao Zor. You flip over to Yameng, you begin in Yameng Bapa, where Sigba comes from. And you go, there's a little village called Liagbala, excuse me. All right. From Liagbala, you go to Kamfo. You got Kamfo on the road there. You got Lamco. You got New Yikepa. You got Kanla. You got Yameng Bapa, where the late Dr. Koto hail from. All right. When you go across there, you got Blay. You got Kino. You got Bonding. When you come from the other side, you got Honorable Sonwabe home. That is Lubei. You got Bona. You got Ben. And you got Bento behind there. And when you come from there, you got Blolewi, you got Bentonwi. That for you is the geography and the communities that are made out of district number 3. I said that to you. I call these names to you because I have been and slept in almost every community I just listed to you. Importantly, I have taken development to almost every community across district number 3, despite not being the representative of that district. And the records are there. For any one person to tell me the district is big and because of that, you're not able to do something on the other side, tells me you're not prepared to represent the people of district number 3. Because you knew the size of the district before you decided to get involved in the process. So don't tell me because you now have the leadership that you can determine how big the other side is and how small the other side is. That's poor leadership for me. And so for these things I'm saying about what do people call in our setting, they say handbag, right? I want you to do your due diligence on this. Go and do your fact findings on this that I've just said. Every community in district number 3, what are they from? Zuople or Douample, all the way back there. All the way to Blodewi and Bentonwi Anthony Kuyonpa has done in those communities. I did those things because the people were in need and I had the means to do them for the people. What more if you gave me leadership where I will have leverage to do more for the people of District Number 3? So I'd go and say, I mentioned I gave you Sparrow story. He's not ready to represent the people of District Number 3. Deception takes us back to the first thing that I told you about. I believe when he was campaigning, he was making a lot of fancy promises to the people of these different communities. Now that he's in the position, he's telling you the other community too big, the other community too small. Deception. That has to get out of our politics in Liberia.
Well, I have a lot of questions on the show today, but let's go to the CEO. CEO, welcome. After you, we go to Veteran Maverson. Veteran, it's great to have you on here this evening. Mr. Kilabo is also here. The Tapeta ambassador is also here. CEO, let's hear you.
Thank you. I think I will defer my question to Malfasin and see what he got there to ask. I know I've been asking. Tony myself started before you guys came, so I want to hear from you. We have our guest here tonight. The man got his little okra sauce thing already set up to the side there, and after the show, he'll be going there to go do a little thing. So he has dedicated this day, for us, and a lot of folks are watching. So Malfasin, I don't know if you're ready, but I see that you're driving. If you are not ready, then I can.
Someone can just come in, and then after that person will be me because I'm almost home.
Okay.
All right, Chief. So let me hear your speech. Let me hear your speech 1 minute.
No.
Pass it over, Chief.
So let me just ask a follow-up question to what I asked earlier. I told you whether to ask. That's why I paused there. Mr. Kuyonpa,
I'm going to go to the regular topic. That's all.
Okay, great. From all indication, your stronghold is in Zor, and political analysts have said that the reason why citizens from Zor are now winning District Number 3 election is because you guys put out a lot of candidates as compared to the other clans in the district. Now, if there will be a primary for Zor, and then maybe you win that primary and the district support you, what will be your number one signature project within the Zor area?
First of all, in Zor, we don't do primary. I don't know if we've ever done primary. We do consultation. One of my biggest strengths is my ability to reach across the aisle. And that's one of the reasons I want to become a lawmaker. Because to be an effective lawmaker, you must have the ability to reach across the aisle, to be able to speak to your colleagues. Because remember now, they are just as equal as you, and they were elected just like you were. Okay? And so when you don't have the ability to talk to another human being, don't waste the people time. You just be one of them who just flying in car, honorable 15, honorable day one, you do nothing. In Zor, there were people with the ambition to contest. I'm assuming again there will be people with the ambition to contest. But this is where your leadership ability comes in, where you have to reach out to those people and make them to understand that together we can win, and through many other ways, which I may not disclose here, but we will reach out if the need be. That is, if people come out with the ambition we want to contest. I've never been confrontational about my political involvement. Now, I've always been on the side of consultation and being truthful to what I say to people. It's hard to lie, so I don't try to lie. Because when you lie one, you got to lie two. And to lie, you got to think hard to lie, because when you think, you can disgrace yourself. So I try to be as truthful as I can be as a person. And so, without being a representative of District Number 3, I have done so much for the district. What more when I become a leader of the district? They say when the Christmas can be, what the hell you can say?
The Christmas will be good. You can do it from the eve.
There you go. Even today, I continue to be involved. And I will always be involved.
Thank
But
you.
you're surprised I'll call all the community the indigenous.
It's tough. I said I get into it.
For me, I'm not surprised because I follow some of your campaign trail, and I think it's not in my power to say that. Let's leave it over to the audience.
You got me endorsed. You got me endorsed today. Yeah, but it's great. It's great having you on here, my brother. We have a lot of folks.
I'm a Tabata ambassador, man.
I mean that I pick and choose, man. You can pick your guests then to come on the show. But welcome to the show, Mr. Gonglo. We have Mr. Gonglo here. We have Mafasen.
Well, it's young brother. A statistician.
So, Gina, I think you will go to Mr. Gonglo, and then from there because for me, it's just those major issues. Maybe one of them will bring it up.
Mr. Gonglo, welcome. Let's hear you can ask 2 questions on this round, and after you will go to the topic.
I really don't have 2 questions. I have 1 question, and I was just one.
So should we hold you to that? Because when you say 1 question,
it's 1 question. But I'm actually working on an argument. I assume maybe I should confirm. Is Mr. Kumba a sedition?
Say that if I'm a sedition,
are you a member of the CDC?
So if we go back to the 2023 election, I'm part of the the Weashen.
Oh, Weashen, okay. But I think Weashen and sedition are synonymous, the same thing, right? Is that fair enough to conclude that way?
Well, I will stick it to me being a Weashen as of the 2023 election. Because you remember now, I contested as a candidate on the ticket of the PUP.
Oh, okay. No. So I think your father was part of a government. I just want to interact.
You keep me distorted just now. I didn't understand. I did not understand what you just said.
You broke out there for a second.
Well, a minute. CEO Gian, am I clear? Do you guys?
Yeah, you're clear now. You're clear now, but at first you broke out.
All right. So I think the argument I just came purposely to talk to you. We look at history. Your children are proud of your achievement and the role you play in your country, and just as you are proud of the record of your father, right? So I just wanted to put this to you and get your response to it, because I've come to the conclusion, after looking at the history a little bit, that since 2006, or we say post-war constitutional democracy in Liberia, the leaders of the CDC and the Unity Party have no vision for Liberia. I would say that it's a criminal neglect of lack of vision by the leaders of the CDC and the Unity Party. And here what I say, continually we have had this debate about they want project. But if you look in Liberia today, even the Gantor Harper Highway was a vision of a 27-year-old military leader, or Samuel Kanyodo, that your father was part of. So your father was part of that government, So they had a vision. If you look at Banga Manikoma Highway, it was their vision. If you look at RBB International Highway, it was their vision. If you look at the National Housing Bank building right there on Iceman Street, you look at Central Bank building, those are their vision. Doe was trying to transition even government from private building to government-owned building. If you look at the 1,000 housing units that Doe, through Social Security, were constructing in Winton, opposite FDA Junction, those are Doe vision. So if you look throughout the country, for 24 years, these 2 parties, CDC and Unity Party, their government had received more money than Doe and Kurumba then did at time. But they have better vision on how to fix the country than these other educated people. And these guys were very young, 27 years old. Doe became a leader of a nation. and I think your father was probably in his 22, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So these were extraordinary, visionary Liberians. And today, because of the war, we tend to minimize their vision in a role. But we are actually living in Dole, Liberia. After 24 years, we are still living in Dole, Liberia. And that's my argument. How do you feel about that, Mr. Klompa?
Well, I don't know if you started the program with us, but
I started. I listened to you. I listened to your intro. I
Okay.
listened to all the stories. I listened to everything.
yeah, I spoke about deception. All right, I spoke about deception. Maybe you didn't get that part, but as a patriotic Liberian, am I happy to see Liberia where it is today? Listen, when I was growing up in the 80s, I was born 81. I remember in the 80s, Corin would go certain time with Corin can, the whole community, Corin here, LEC here, LEC here. We used to be celebrating. I grew up in New Georgia area. You know, when Corin go, when Corin can, we're celebrating. My nieces, small children today, they're celebrating when LEC can do. What that says is, you have an entire generation that went through it like this. You got a younger generation also coming that going through the same thing. So it tells me our country is far behind. Am I happy for that? Absolutely not. How do we solve this problem? Is where I would want to put my energy right now. Because we can talk about all the good things that President Doe envisioned. We can talk about all the good things that President Torbert envisioned. We can talk about all the good things the other president, Todman, right? And I think Todman and Barclay, right? Barclay before Todman. We can talk about all that. But this is the country that we have today, big brother. What is required then to move it in the way that you and I now are envisioning to move it in? That way I want to put my energy right now. And the way I want to do that is by looking at us, the Liberian people, and saying to us, let us begin to get ruthless on people who wanting to become leaders of our country that are taking bath in deception. If we don't frown on people who want to be leaders of our country who can lie, 50 years from now, because your own generation, maybe two decades ahead of me, you will go, our own will fly too, the other children behind will fly, nothing will still be in Liberia. In this country, only one person can be in deception and he's still powerful in the country. And you know that who I'm talking about.
Don't call up. Other than
that, a public official, for you to just lie, that is ground for resignation. Joe Biden, first attempt at contesting for the presidency, I think it was through the primary, he used a phrase and he did not reference the author of that. Joe Biden had to drop out of the race for plagiarism. Our leaders today are not afraid to lie to us.
No, I think, Anthony, in fairness, like I like the point you try to strike here. In fairness, maybe those who are political actors, who are close to political leaders, maybe you will begin to tell them that, hey, all these pandering between CDC and United Party, take a step back. These are not your vision. These are the vision of Samuel Doe. So you have brought nothing new on the table. Maybe that's where the truth should start. When we start telling United Party and CDC leaders that you guys have had no vision for the country. All that you've been doing for the past 24 years has been you are living in the shadow of Samuel Doe. You have not left Samuel Doe's shadow. I think they will begin to look and say, yes, it's factual. Banga, man, come on, how groundbreaking was done by Samuel Doe. Gantor Harper Highway, they paved up to FPNC in Gantor. You know, the project was going on. So maybe those are the truth we need to tell Unity Party
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not
they are lying to the public.
I'm not disagreeing with you here. But I'm only saying, are you going to be counting on the very people who have lied their way to power to say the right things?
So let's look for alternative.
You know that's not going to happen, right? So the people who will make it happen or not happen, that is Liberian people. That is Liberian people. If the Liberian people can get to the point where they say lying equates to you not being elected, then we'll be getting somewhere. But somebody told me the other day, big brother, I'm gonna waste my time in Liberian politics because I'm a truthful person, I'm an honest person. That's an indictment on the entirety of Liberia. It means our entire society have accepted that lies is the way of life in our country. I don't want to be a liar. Never. I want my children and children to remember their father, their grandfather, their great-grandfather as being a truthful person who was somebody to his word. Whenever he said, I will do this thing, he went through with that. Election coming 2029. Right now, people only want people to discuss about 2029 election when you have a unity party government that still has about 3 years to govern. We should be looking at the performance of unity party, comparing it to their campaign promises, and telling them they want you not doing it correct. You guys say you're going to do it like that, you're not doing it like that, whatever. But everybody right now, all the conversation in Liberia just on 2029, it means we're telling unity party anything you want to do, just do it. Oh no, waiting for 2029. That's not how our country will improve. That's not how our country is going to improve. So I agree with you. The vision came from back there, but the people that's supposed to be the vision and come to fruition, they will not tell the people true. We're in a society where lies gets people to big offices in our country. That is the trouble Liberia is in.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the vet is back. You know, we need to change the trajectory. I'm surprised that Mr. Gongo had only one question tonight, but, you know, we'll save that for another day. And I'm pretty sure he will want to chime in when we move on to the next discussion here. So, Marcus, over to your two questions. Our guest has been here for about an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes now. So we'll take this round of questioning, maybe one more, and then we'll take leave of him.
Yeah, interestingly, Big Brother Kerebo would say, I like to live long privilege, but tonight it's like he's taking the crown. Mr. Kurongba, how are you?
About
well, like you just said, I think a lot of people told me same when it comes to politics in Liberia, and they would say, "Oh, you think that's America there?" and stuff like that. So some of these statements, it's kind of tell who we are as a people and what country we tend to build for our children. But that's besides the point. Prior to the election, the late Senator Prince Johnson, current Vice President Jeremiah Pankun, all of you were in a way close because apparently you were all part of the same boat. And I understand you are a Wiashen. But fast forward to the elections, we noticed that the Johnson Kun went to Zwale or in the Zor area for campaign, and there was a serious violent situation that was believed to be orchestrated by you, which led to a release of a firearm. And it's something that is very unprecedented when it comes to our democracy. Could you tell us what changed along the line and what really triggered that level of bitterness to the point where uh, brothers or friends who once worked together will start to resort to using arm against each other?
Thank you very much. I've talked about this issue a lot now, and I know we'll still talk about it as we go along, which is okay. I have zero problem with talking about the Zwali issue because that was something that was meant to damage Anthony Kriyompa and everything about Anthony Kriyompa once and for all. But because I serve the true living God, who my strength and everything rests in his hands, I'm here today, still being Anthony Kriyompa, as important to the society as I've always been in my lifetime. And so those who orchestrated what? If you, we in 2026, we're discussing national issues. Yes, one correction I want to make, there was no live bullet fired by any citizen of Zwali. To my recollection, no bullet fired by anybody that came with the group of people that went to Zwali. I know the ERU folks who went on the ground later on to disperse the crowd of people fired the tear gas. They fire tear gas, and you know when you close the tear gas, it sounds like gun, right?
Yeah.
Fire tear gas to disperse the crowd because an angry crowd came out in defense of Anthony Kriyompa, and then the ERU got there and had to put the situation under control. Right? We've talked long about details. I released a statement. I provided all the evidence that I had to Front Page, to Liberian Observer, and I did an interview, extensive interview, providing evidence to all that. Yes, you will all recall that I was one of the biggest brain behind behind the current vice president becoming senator of Nimba County in 2020. At the time when I made that decision, the whole Belige region were very strong behind my dear big brother Garrison Yelu. The Garrison support base in the whole Belige region was very strong in 2020. But because I am an institutional person, I believe when I gave my word, I must stick to my word. President Weah reached out to me and said Senator Johnson has spoken to him that the government of Liberia should support, at the time, Representative Kun. And because that he paid, so we should support Jeremiah Kun. But prior to that, the representative Jeremiah Kun at the time had visited me more than 5 different times. We met more than 5 different times, as way back as 2019, engaging me for my support. Because I was working in the Weah government and being a politician, I understood that the government will have a say in who becomes senator in Nimba. So I held my card in not telling Representative Kun at the time that I would support you, because I was waiting for signal from my superior. And once the order came, we obliged and we went in with all of our might, despite the fact that Garrison Yelu was a favorite in the region that I come from. And even to this day, there are some people who are still angry with me for not supporting my brother Garrison Yelu in that election. God being on our side, we went through the election and the current vice president won the election, and he became senator of Nimba. When he became senator of Nimba, he established the movement for We Are re-election. We had different consultation, and we agreed that we're supporting President We Are for his re-election, including Senator Johnson, peace be to his ashes. And I went to my people and had consultation. That listen, this is a decision we're making. Who will be current president We Are for a re-election in 2023. Everything was good, as you are aware. I mean, everything was perfectly fine. 2023, things changed. But you know, one thing I did from the vice president, you know, he can be funny sometimes. He said, my man, politics. Today you and the man can be against each other. The man can be wearing red jersey, be wearing black jersey. Tomorrow, you and the man can wear the same black jersey. So that how politics looking. You always say that. And so he and Senator Johnson felt it was politically expedient to not support President Weah. Anthony Kuyonpa, on the other hand, felt that would have been a betrayal to not support President Weah. So I decided I would support President Weah, despite knowing the fact that, I mean, arguably the political juggernaut of Nimba County was going on the other side. That is Senator Johnson was going on the other side. Senator Kuhn, who is also very powerful too, was going to be on that side, and we're going to be on this side. We understood that numerically they had the advantage because of Senator Johnson's factor and whatnot. But I decided that I must remain and keep my word to President Weah that I would support him. And so I understood doing that also contributed to me losing the elections in District number 3. Is that something that I regret? No, I do not regret, because I believe in the greater good of the country. I made a better choice. I supporting President Weah. Yes, we didn't win the election and all that. And yes, the other side won the election, which we wrote and congratulated them. But then the personal attack became very ferocious towards me. People would send me text message, voice recording, that they will mess with me. Who am I? Challenging Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson said, "Who must support Joe Weah?" Then I said no. And I'm meant to enter Nimba again, and all kinds of things people say. And I understood people were just running on adrenaline, you know. And when you win, people hot, you know, everybody doing their own thing and all that stuff, you know. But the man who's supposed to stop me from going to Nimba, he ain't born yet. That much I know, right? So I said, well, everybody just celebrate a victory, and you know what they call. And like I said, I mean, the vice president, we've met 3 times now since he became vice president. The Zwali incident, majority of what you heard was just fake story. All right. At first, they said 6 persons died. I killed 6 persons. I was shooting gun. Look, like I said, water under the bridge, all that is gone. Anthony Kuyonpa is still here. That was just a story for that moment. It's over with. We move on. We pray God for the success of all Liberians. All right. It's unfortunate that Senator Johnson has left us. All right. Senator Johnson was an interesting old man. After you and him finished making flour, when he called you the next day, he didn't even know anything that happened. He will call you and so he will call you when he thought he said, well, wait now. That Papa that was just dealing with me, where they go. So that's who he was, right? That's who he was. He was special in his own ways. and we don't talk evil about the dead. Peace be to his ashes wherever he is. He was very hard to understand, as you will know. He was very hard to understand, but he was arguably the leader of Nimba County, the biggest political fish in our county, and we all respected him and disagree with him when we had to disagree with him. And today, I'm happy that the sort of image that people are trying to give to my great people of Zwale and Zor, that has also come to pass, because the people of Zor are some of the most hospitable people in Nimba County, some of the most respectable people in Nimba County, let alone to talk about the town Zwale. All right. And so once that has passed, we are okay. We are good. We'll be in 2029 election. We'll be hoping that other you people on this platform here will give me some kind of support, some kind of way, so we can move that man who the foreign, how they call it, committee, chairman of foreign affairs. The biggest legislation had to remove Yega Kolba. The biggest trophy the man gets so far as being represented. But we'll be there, and listen, I have no grudge in my heart for anybody. No Liberian will be my enemy, never ever. As I speak to you, my very good friend is the son of the late President Samuel Doe, SKD Jr. All right, he and I are in constant communication, so we can do all of our politicking. But at the end of the day, we must love each other despite our political differences. Sometimes I go in the odd Nimba agenda, I just watch and see people being too personal with things, people so angry, discussing political issues and whatnot. All those things are uncalled for. We have a country to protect. We have a society to nourish. Let us do that, because our time will pass. Our time will pass, certainly. All that sitting down on the platform here, that will not be there. And so we need to leave behind a society where people can remember us for some of the impactful things that we did. I'm always available.
That has been my message, my sermon.
Yeah.
So
my second question, though.
We don't cheat. We're not taking a question. I know.
Thank you for the explanation, because at the time, joking it though, when I heard that, anyway, the man is the son of general, so he's trying to prove himself that he grew up being an army man. But it's good that you address it, at least so that the Nimba community gets to know exactly what happened, even though that's your part of the story, and it's good. My second question, we've heard a lot of things, and our society is actually a society of, they say, I say, it's good to have the houses to give their own story. Are you a true son of Queen Opa? And again, in addition to that, are you a Muslim man?
When you come to tell you can have a song. The man took one second, Jay. The man took 30 to 45 minutes of his time.
Okay, sorry. Then let me ask different question.
No, but let me address the Muslim part, because I didn't touch that.
Okay.
You see, my orientation about leadership in the country transcend religion. Unfortunately, a lot of our brothers with limited capacity will elevate the issue of religion, forgetting to know that people from the Muslim faith have played cardinal role in the Foul March of Liberia over the years. They serve in leading roles in Liberia. But when we come to our local politics, because they understand that most of our people are still back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, they use that to turn people against people with the mental fortitude to really bring representation to them. I'm a victim of that. Despite not being a Muslim,
Okay.
but do believe that a Muslim person is just as capable and competent as a Christian person in our society. My name is, one of my names, Drate. Drate. That Drate name, that crew name from Sino County, it was given me by the late J. Nicholas Podia, one of the closest person to my father in the PRC. But because these guys wanted to so much associate me with the Mandingo ethnic group one, by extension, the Muslim faith, they call me Jabate. Let's be honest. Like I said, I don't like to talk about, and I will not go, I'll just forget about that other side, but let me just discuss this one, right? When you single out a particular tribe or a particular religion to appear as if they're not worthy enough to be, you're creating for yourself a society that you will not be able to control in the future, especially in these times. In a civilized society, those individuals will never be given any platform to come closer to leadership in the country. But in Liberia, you bet you're given the platforms. I was born a Christian to a Christian father and a Christian mother. My father is a devoted Catholic. The late Monsignor Reverend Father Tipo is the adopted father of my dad. If you don't know this, I'm telling you.
I know that.
My mother went to
I think it's in Tyler's book.
She still goes to Faith Healing Temple. That's the church of the late Mother Dukley. Remember that old man from the 80s? My mother is still a member of Faith Healing Temple right there, beside the Freeport, the Jamaica Road area there. All right. I am a baptized Christian, baptized in the Lutheran Church. I have been to the mosques before because I have friends who are Muslims. Like when we were in Guinea, we used to go to the mosques during the Ramadan time, right? We went to the mosque when they were having funeral for some family friends. I got a lot of friends that are Muslims, that are Mandingos. And so when people make politics about a tribe or a religion, it tells me my country is still living in the dark days. We ain't get out yet. And to answer your question, I was born a Christian. I am a Christian. And I see no difference between me being a Christian and anyone who is a Muslim or a Mandingo person. And to the other question, because it's good when somebody asks, we still get it done. I said, don't worry, I got food.
Yeah, man,
I am the second son of General Thomas Kuyonkpa. My mother had my older sister, she was 14 years old. She had my older brother, she was 16. She had me, she was 18. I don't give credence to those who came after Kuyonkpa became Kuyonkpa. So to give credence to those people, I don't waste my time on it. Because before the world knew Thomas J. Kuyonkpa, he existed. And Anthony Kuyonkpa was part of that life of General Kuyonkpa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mafasa, if you don't mind me asking us, because I think that's very interesting. Why ask such question? What triggered?
Oh,
I appreciate that question. I appreciate it.
like I said,
Mhm.
I just didn't ask because I wanted to be personal.
Mhm.
I have no issue whatsoever with Anthony.
Uh-huh.
I think I've met him, I don't know, 1 or 2 times in my entire life. The first one was at Omen Yuan's place. Uh, Probably at the time, I've gone there by the Omen's invitation when Williams was chairman of Unity Party, and they wanted us to have some discussion. The second time I met him was Mervyn Yeru's office in 2023 when I went to, when I went to Liberia. So that clearly tells we've not had any issue, and I know him to be a fine brother and a part of our community. But in election time, there are a lot of things you hear around. That's why I said our society is the society that is so focused on they say, I say. And some of the things you hear when the individual concerned has an opportunity to appear, openly to speak to the listening audience is better. You let them speak their story so that the rest of the gossip mongers get to know the actual person they're talking about. Because I remember when I was development superintendent in Nima, I had gone to a restaurant to eat, and I went with a group of young people, and there was a particular young man sitting. He's eating the food I bought and talking about me as if he knew me. The new development superintendent, the young man, he doesn't, interact with people. You hardly see him. This other person was better. He's not a young people person. And they really don't know your story. And that's one. Two, when I was appointed, one Calvin Wonder communicated with Senator Groupies on 17 different occasions that I was in Wilmot Pace's office and Wilmot forced me on the people of Nima. I was not competent. I was not qualified. Even if you were to write it at the whole of Monrovia, I can't identify it. So I was not a person to become a development superintendent. Meanwhile, he was a student at the University of Liberia, and I was teaching at the University of Liberia. So that's the irony of our society. People say things however they want without knowing the people they talk about. So, in a way, character that people have taken time over the years to build, they just drank it in the mouth for little or nothing without knowing the person concerned. So it is from these backgrounds that made me to ask, because probably, I won't lie, during the first election that Sonwabe won, there were a lot of things people say about him. At the time, I have not even gotten to see him, as I never knew him.
Thank you, and I'm glad that Tony clarified that, because the religious part is not relevant to the conversation, regardless of someone's background. But thanks, Mafasin, as well for giving the reason why you asked the question. Thank you so much. What's his name? Tabata Ambassador, man, you've been hanging around in and out. You really want to ask the man question today, so we'll give you the time to. Anyone affiliated with CDC come on the platform. Chris will go underground, inside out, just to come on the show to ask this question. But Chi, go ahead, your questions.
Thank you. As you said, we are institutional people, so we believe in the doctrines and ideologies of the CDC. So no matter where we find ourselves, we will always make ourselves available to the disco. But as you said, even to my big brother Anthony, and again, welcome on the show. I follow your political strength in Nima, And this going election, District 3 have been one of the districts in Nima that I pay keen attention to. And Senator Johnson was a godfather in Nima. And throughout Senator Johnson's history, your late father was the one who provided mentorship to the late Senator Johnson. And it comes around when your contest has a son of General Thomas Kurenpa. Senator Johnson could support you. My question is, you talk about this session, and I'm looking at the victorious aspect of it. Do you regret, as a son of the late Thomas Kurenpa, who provided mentorship to the late Senator Johnson, do you regret or felt betrayal by late Senator Johnson not to support you?
The Papi not here, bro. With the man say we're not going to
I'll respond basically.
If Senator Johnson living out, people Senator Johnson are made in Nima. You have to get the message. So do you regret on him? That's my first question.
Let me tell you something. In all that happened in Nimba, some of the things that people said and whatnot. Listen, I had a very good relationship with Senator Johnson. Let me say this to you. I was one of the few persons that would walk to Senator Johnson's house anytime, no appointment needed. All I had to do, Baba, on my way to the house. All right, we're on the push. We had the relationship, but whenever election came around, my Baba changed. He not around, so we can talk more. What happened? He changed. Me and I know. And when election finish, he can be the first person to call me. My man, by the divine grace of God, he ain't happy, but you are for. So tell me now, how you get very that kind of man? Right? He was who he was in his own kind. But was I disappointed? I was discouraged. But like I said, they said the father and the son did not get good horse. So wherever Senator Johnson is, I wish him God blessings. And I hope God is with him and the rest. But one thing I can say to the Johnson family, that as one of the faces of the Kurenpa family, I can never forget about the Johnson family. The Johnson family will always be a family that I will look up for in my life, and I know my children, because I've already educated my children about that. They will always look up for the Johnson family. Despite whatever happened, he remains Senator Johnson, our puppet, our hard to deal with. And so that's what it is. And yes, I felt bad. But then what they say, what makes a man stronger is not to give up when things get hard, but to double up his effort so that people can know that he's a resilient person. He or she is a resilient person. So despite everything that happened, I was at Senator Johnson's funeral. Once in a while, I would speak to Mrs. Johnson, and that's who I am. Politics has a way of damaging relationships if care is not taken. And for me, the Kurenpa family will forever be connected to the Johnson family.
Oh, yeah.
That is as most as I can say.
Okay, thank you. The reason I asked the question because there have been rumors around that he never supported you because based on certain reasons. But thank you for clarifying those information that whenever we go out, they will see people talking there, they will be able to respond as you said. So my last question will be, when you discuss Nima politics, your name will always be into it. And as a politician, recently, see Senator Koga being very focused on the county leadership when it comes to all the issues. As a son of Nimba, District 3, ranking from the past order reporting Nimba to present, what could be your own thought on the county money have been spent for the past leadership, from the CDC, from the youth party to present? Because I'm a CDC, I don't want to take money, I want to part need for it.
So you see this here now?
What could be?
You finalize it, my man. No.
What could,
You said last time you haven't finalized it. So you see this here now? Tell the people, man, you got people following, 200 plus people following.
Okay.
Are you a citizen now?
But CEO, you want for the man to be MTR or JQ movement?
No, not that. The man, I know what will come in. So
the man is a citizen.
But he got
to the man is a citizen.
Be fair to the people. You got people that are following, you got your audience, you got people from Tapeta, man. You the whole Tapeta ambassador. You can't be 1 4 in, 1 4 out. You can't be scared when you're in politics. Tell the people if you're a citizen. Just answer my question. Yes or no, I'm a citizen now.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you, CEO. Because I was just diving into that, but again, let me leave that question and draw your attention to the national scene. You have been member of the Weah, and I believe in a political ideology of President Weah of the United Sedition. And there are information in the corridor that we're getting that the VP trying to hold you on board. Looking at your support with President Weah over the years, now the VP have been your close friend, and we get information that VP have support you in District 3. Can you confirm to us tonight that VP Jeremiah Kun have given his word to support you again, not to get in District 3, where his son or his brother will be contesting? Can you talk to us tonight? What have been the political relationship with you and Jeremiah Kun? Thank you.
The man I want to answer the question. I ask a simple question. You say citizen asking.
First thing is this: I have never been part of the inner circle of our vice president. Do I wish to be part of his inner circle? I doubt. Do I respect him as the vice president of Liberia? Absolutely. Okay. Will I ever imagine? I'm not going to get into whether his special assistant won't contest in the district as naked. That one, I'm not going to, that's not my business, right? Ain't got nothing to do with me. But what I want to say to you is, I will be, by the grace of God, involved in district number 3 election. I will be counting on the general public for support. Who the vice president, because right now we're all speculating, and I don't want to speculate. Whatever happens with the vice president and his inner circle, vis-a-vis Nekage, that cannot be anything that I think about. I have my strategy, and my focus will be on my strategy to winning the election. Whatever happens on the other side, not my business. But I'm not a member of the vice president inner circle. By that, I will have no idea whatsoever what the thinking about how district number 3 election should look like will be. So I can speak on that.
Thank you.
And also, wherever that rumors has come from has to go right back there, because I have never been in a discussion with the vice president where we've discussed any issue about Anthony Kuyompa getting employment and whatnot. None whatsoever.
Thank you. So the reason I asked this man our CDC question, and the same thing he did to us when we went for the Unico election, and they defeated my man DK, and he won by only 80 votes. He was playing us here and there. The man can't even admit that he's a CDC or not, so you don't trust the man. But thank you so much for that question. I think you laid it down and he answered that correctly.
And also, let me just say something too. Let me just say something, right? You know, like I said, politics has a way of bringing wedge between people. I want to go more into that particular statement that I made earlier. I came to this country 2008, the US, graduated with my master's degree in December 2013. I was preparing to head to Liberia in 2014, then Ebola struck. Airlines were barred from going. I went to Liberia when Ebola was still in Liberia in December 2014. I was appointed in January 2015. The first person that I visited in Liberia upon my arrival was Senator Johnson. This is to say to people the relationship that existed between Senator Johnson and myself. Senator Johnson would regularly call me and refer, and whatever he had for me to do will always say to me. We had a fantastic relationship. But whenever election came around, something happened. Hopefully in our lifetime, we'll find out what happened. But wherever he is today, he knows. He will always call me. There's a way he used to call me, Anto. But when election time came, a different papi I can see. But he was my papi, and there was nothing terrible between the both of us. And so I just want people of Nimba to know. Us, our election, Senator Johnson and I had a very good relationship. Senator Johnson would send gas to my mother and all. Sometimes he would send money to my mother and all when holiday and stuff coming. I know he did it a couple of times that I took to my mom. But something kept coming in between. But hopefully in our lifetime, we'll find out what that is. But for now, I just want to wish the senator wherever he is. And let's pray for the betterment of not just our country, but the Republic of Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Folks, we are in conversation with Anthony Nkronkwa, and he's here. We've had a lot of discussions tonight. If you were tuning in from the beginning of the conversation, we've had him for over 2 hours. We've been discussing everything from politics to Liberia, the drugs issue, his time in government when he served as Minister of State without portfolio, his take on District 3, Nimba County, and he also just stated several times that he's going to be active in politics, in Liberia politics, District 3 politics, and Nimba politics overall. So we're having a great conversation here. We've had him for over 2 hours. So we have Cyrus. Cyrus, you ask your question, and then from there, I have 1 or 2 questions to ask our brother, and then we'll take leave of him. I know even though the man said, he ready for it, but the guests can say that, but you still gotta keep them in check to make sure they come back the next time. So Cyrus, over to you, your question, and then we'll try to take leave of our guests. It's been a wonderful show thus far.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. Vivaji, how are you?
Cyrus, what's going on? Congratulations, my man.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to have you. We admire your courage. You're one person we fought for, and we thought you were going to win, but that was not your time. That's how I see it. There were a lot of misinformation spewed out against your person, you and Garrison, and today the onus is on you to continue to explain your side to the public, because there are people who hold on this information. They believe them. Most of these things that were said against you and Yellow, people hold on them, people believe them, so the more you explain, and the fact that Senator Johnson is not around again, because this man had a unique character. When he lied on people, people believe whether or not it's true, people believe everything for him. So the fact that he's not around, you will continue to explain your side of the story. My question will come in this form. Nimba, the conversation in Nimba today is not interesting. Today you see the guys around Jeremiah Kun, they have engendered a very dangerous narrative around our body politics. They took Garrison from job, from governance commission, and they are still after Garrison. They didn't give you job because they said you didn't support them, even though you are qualified. And if you were a Lothian Baga would have maintained you, but they took you from there. They say you didn't support them. A lot of our people are not benefiting. Women Pay was kicked out for whatever reason they have. They said women does not have the numerical value that should be attached to every politician. And interestingly, when we were on the other side supporting Ambassador Weah, Senator Koga today, that everyone is fighting, Senator Koga chose to support Jeremiah Kun in 2023. You know, Senator Koga had all right to support us, to support our side, and some of us engaged the senator to support us. He said he was not going to do so because a son of Nima was involved. But today, the narrative the guys are engendering in the public is that Kun should be Lord and gospel, and that nobody should criticize Kun. The moment you criticize Kun, it means you are against Nimba or you are hateful.
Please add VP to the man.
Yeah, I wanted to say that Sarah.
VP.
Sarah just addressed the vice president by his title. He's a leader of Liberia.
But CEO, there is nothing in our constitution that reports that on me. The first thing in America, you call Trump, and there is nothing wrong with that. In America. And we copy some of these things from America.
Man, don't bring out your Trump, man. Yeah, I can't wait. Thank you. So yeah,
we're not American. We are African. Yeah, we are guided by traditions.
Tradition, yeah. Please, I beg you.
I'll manage to do so for the sake of the platform. I'll manage to do so. Please. So now the guys around the VP, they don't want anybody say anything about the VP. And Senator Johnson, as a senator, he has the responsibility, his statutory responsibility to hold the government accountable, to hold the executive branch accountable. So today you see people going after Senator Johnson. Do you see a reincarnation of Do in Kun, or which type of Kun do you see right now? Where are we heading?
Listen, Liberia is a democratic country. At least that's what I know. And by that, there will be difference of opinions. Everybody will not have the same political persuasion, right? We all think differently, and we all will act differently, and we should all be respected for our respective positions, right? Mm-hmm. And so some of the people you referring to as people around the vice president who think everybody should worship him, not just grievous seekers and people who are looking for attention, right? People who are looking for attention. Because in nobody right mind, they can look at another human being and tell a human being what to do that they want you to do and that they want you not do, right? Like Anthony Kwiyonpa, do you think they get any human being like bro that can look at me and tell me, say, I don't want you to say they want? Say they want? Right? They say the raccoon can trust the tree, right? I will not say the other part. There ain't no human being that can look at Anthony Kwiyonpa and tell him what to say and what to not say. The very person who thinking like that will be, you can look at my face and tell me, hey, because you know you're not supposed to, right? And what makes Nimba a great county is the fact that we have people from Nimba that are extremely educated, very opinionated. That is the Nimba we know. And because we are in a democracy, it is incumbent upon you, the politician, to convince electorates. If you cannot convince a person to believe in your political ideology, that person will go to where they believe. And that's their right. And there's nothing you can do about it. All right? And so, I don't know who the people you're talking about, but those people with that kind of mentality or that kind of attitude, I don't think they're even helping the vice president. They say they protect him. Because only one thing you're doing by having that sort of posture is to create a lot of resentment, right? And when you're in a game of politics, when you create a lot of resentment for your person, that means you're taking vote from it. And so maybe they need to rethink their strategy at that. But we're in a free country. I will speak my mind as I see fit. When the vice president or the president is not doing the right thing, we will talk. Like I criticized the whole issue of the removal of people from tenure position. Even when the Supreme Court came and rendered an opinion in the matter, the Supreme Court's opinion was just trashed, like we saw in a lot of other things in the country. That's why the government continues to fail in the rule of law with the MCC thing. All right? So people will continue to talk. If anybody's sitting there and believing that because we have a vice president from Nima County, and so everybody in Nima County is supposed to look at red and say that blue, they didn't just carve out their own Nima County and go sit down there and be looking at red and call it blue. But those of us who will see red and say that red, we from Nima will always be there, we'll always make our voices heard. But we will do that in respect for the office of the vice president. We'll do that in respect for the office of the vice president. And so let them do whatever they're doing. Those who believe otherwise, do whatever they want to do, because we are in a free society. And so I'm not troubled. I'm not moved by zealous people around big people. That's what happened. Sometimes the thing that happens is that sometimes the big people can't even know about some of the things that can be happening. That's just a bunch of zealous people around big people who want to do things for the person and say, shit, the other people, you're working hard for me. And all those kind of things. What can happen? But we're not troubled by those things. We respect the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. In fact, he's indebted to me, Anthony Kuyonpa, because if you were not Senator Nima Gandhi, you will not be vice president of Liberia. So that's some of our main senators. So that's why the last time I said on the platform, the day I get broke, I can't like bro. I will call the vice president and say, I'm in like bro, I'm broke. You get money, give it to me, get money, give it to me. That hey.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Again, it has been a wonderful show. Yeah, and we've been here over 2 hours. Educational show, a lot of.
Sure,
I come in now. So you and Mava saying, as soon as I try to, interject and make the show flow, then I'll start worrying about your last question. No, I'll not take it for you. If I can get Tabata ambassador who refuses to admit that he's a CDC. Mama, you guys say who Carrasco watching you. If you can't admit that you're CDC, and then you put your head at the man and say, that man went on the Nima platform.
I'm a CDC that contests with the Federal Secretary of Administration for the diaspora. So I can't I'm a CDC. I'm content with the Federal Secretary of Administration for CDC America, USA.
Okay,
so I'm a CDC.
This is your first time saying that. Congratulations to you. And I'm glad that we know that now, and the audience also know that. But Cyrus, your last question. Let's try to take leave of our guests.
Thank you, Gio. Arukwingba, you are one person that get great in our body politics, and the thing Nima facing today, I must admit that you people brought this scenario up, like you people nurture Kun, and he has reached this level, and today the guys are all over the place, suppressing people, fighting people here and there. But nothing is late yet. We can still correct the wrongs, but my main issue is I want you to answer a direct question with regard to Kun as a VP And we are as a former president, because the UP is struggling as to who to field against Joshua. For us, our team is set, our team is ready. We are willing to meet anybody. Come again?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So
Yeah.
we are willing to meet anybody on the page, be it President Boyka, be it Vice President Kun. Joshua is set to meet anybody. And now NIMBA will be at the center of that decision. You know, people always say NIMBA is like electoral college for the country, you know, and given the way you were treated, given the way Yellow is treated, given the way people at Mafosi is treated, forget about their silence. They are not talking, but things are not right. We can see it. If Mafosi were in government, I could call him tomorrow and say, people are saying, he will do it. But this man is not even finding space in his own government. Given the way women was treated.
I want to mentor you.
Given the way women see, I'm a human, I can feel. Given the way women pay is being treated, given the way Senator Koga is being treated, given the way Gompu Kagon, somebody along whom you supported them, is being treated, and with all of the circumstances in the county, now the intellectual class of NIMBA is being suppressed. You know, and if you don't sing the song the way they want you to sing, they say no, the vice president, that guy is against, you know, the intellectual class. We can't control them. Let's bring people that we can control, people that we can pull by their noses. These are people they want to work with. So looking at all of these circumstances, what will Anthony Kuyumba do in 2029 if Kun and we are to meet on ballot? What will be your decision?
Well, Cyrus, thank you. You know, I try to caution people in Liberia about this whole 2029 discussion, because I believe when we focus our attention to 2029, we will be giving what we call carte blanche to the rescue government, and I don't want to be part of that. We need to continue to hold the rescue government accountable for their stewardship of our country. This is 2026. We got 2027, 2028, and 2029. You got 3 years, 3 more years, 3 years plus of this government doing what it promised the Liberian people that it would do for the people of Liberia. So I want to spend my energy on looking at all of those promises that were made to the Liberian people, how those promises are being fulfilled to the Liberian people. Because if the Unity Party cannot meet 20% of what it promised the Liberian people, do you think it has any chance in 2029? No, it doesn't. Also, as Liberians, it is our responsibility to checkmate our government, to say, listen, we gave you the mantle of leadership for 6 years. In these 6 years, what is it that you're doing? Let us watch the government every step of the way. Like, I was very categorical in my analysis of the whole issue on the fight against drugs in our country. I said the government has failed on the issue of fighting drugs in our country. I was very categorical in that, because one, you've had a government who won a lot of votes across the country because the government said the previous government was responsible for the issue of drug in the country, the importation of drug and the distribution of drug in the country. This rescue government said that our government did that. It's not a hidden thing. It's open. Everybody know about it. All right. There was this thing called Kush. The people made song with it and all in the 2023 election. Okay. And so this government has been in charge since January 22nd, 2024. From January 2nd, 2024, the leadership at LDEA has been changed on 3 occasions. Yet the issue of drug is still horrible in our country. And I always like to talk about the drug issue because for me, my family is reeling from drug issue in Liberia. My brother from one mom, one father is dealing with that issue. All right? So when you make the issue of drug an administration issue, and you promise the Liberian people that you will do everything to resolve the drug issue. You even started taking drug tests and all when you came to office. The leadership of the office that's supposed to tackle drug, no hate, no tea, no understanding inside. Instead of talking about Kuj now, we are playing host to cocaine. So to sum everything up, the government has failed on the fight against drugs. That is my opinion. But my opinion is based on the evidence that I just listed. So I want us to put our energy also in looking at these governance issues. Election is 3.5 years down the way. Why we should just say, United Party, just do anything you want to do now? We're waiting for you in 2029. No. They took an oath to improve the country, to end the issue of drugs. But the issue of drug is accelerating at a pace that I don't even know how to say it. So I will rather focus my energy on these sort of things where we look at issue by issue. What are the government doing right here? If the need be, we provide solutions. Because at the end of the day, providing solution to a government is a patriotic thing to do as a citizen. Because if the government is successful in fighting drugs, it saves not just my brother, but it saves other potential young Liberians who could become future leaders of our country. All right? So you provide, I talked about solution for the whole drug issue. The government must start to tackle other things. But the government has squarely failed on its fight against drugs. That's one thing. If I'm going to the pool on election day, looking at everything that the United Party government primary house, when you feel inside, how that will be reflected in my vote, it will be reflected in my vote, right? And so these are the kind of things I want to focus on. The whole issue about who will run in 2029, who will not run in 2029, yeah, that's an issue that has its time, and that time is coming. But for now, there is the issue of governance that is before us. Let us look at the governance issue. Is this government governing well? Is it performing as it said to the people of Liberia on the issue of water, on the issue of electricity, on the issue of infrastructure? Let's look at it one after the other and be able to make an informed decision, render solutions where necessary. Okay, that's why they call country, because when the next government comes there, you still want to be in a position where you can recommend or you can come up with some suggestions to improve things in your country. Because at the end of the day, our country, I won't go and be digging borehole. I want water and see what people to be effective. Where water coming 24/7. I don't want be on rationing, LEC, doing dry season time. That thing been happening since Charlie King time. All the people say normal day. Liberia electricity capacity was never more than 100 megawatts. Even in the 80s, it was 68. And was still having the load shedding thing during the dry season. Sometimes Bowman used to be helping. All right. So at this point, where are we? These are the things I want to put my energy on. When we get to that 2029 bridge, we'll discuss it. For those who believe that because we did not support the rescue government, that we are not Nimbayans, that person themselves is not a Nimbayan. I will not waste my time to argue with that kind of person because it tells you the person's mindset. All right. Because the last time I checked, there were people working in We Are government who were even campaigning against We Are. They were in your government. Nobody was ostracizing them. Nobody was saying anything to people. Right. And so people should be allowed to express themselves freely. As for Honorable Yelu, as for Gompu and all of us, Gompu particularly here now, who are very strong behind Senator Kuhn. Sometimes you do good enough for pay back to you, but pay back for future generation. You know, so those who want to be good to us, they will be good to us. Those who don't want to be good to us will not be good to us. I'm grateful to God that I don't have to depend on another man to drink water, you know, that I can hustle high and drink my own water. I'm grateful to God for that.
Thank you so much. You're grateful to God for that, man. Gratefulness is gratitude, something that we all owe God. And I want to say this platform is also grateful to you for taking up the time and coming. And
now, which question Segusa should answer?
I don't know the question the man talking about.
But let the man put a question there.
That's not Sarah's question.
The CEO tried to contact our Boso Teku corrected and said the man is a sedition.
Yeah, hold on.
So he come and he said, Anthony, please answer the question.
The question is when President Weah is on the battle board, Stevie Jamal Kuhn is on the battle box. Where you stand, the question asked. So he stay on it. Where you stand?
Jeremiah Kuhn, the presidential candidate now.
People of my first answer the question. Hey, you insider?
Because I don't know if
Is it to answer the question?
No. Don't answer it. No, I think
No.
but
Marcus, you already understand that you are the women pay group that you're angry with the VP, so we know you. You are the women pay group.
The
You are
question
the women
to
pay
me
group.
is,
You're already having some issue.
is it we are what group?
Women
The
pay
women
fashion.
pay you pay. You are the women pay you pay followers, so you're already ostracized by your own rescue.
Answering your own sedition just in case question. Know how to ask your question. So maybe let me put it this way, just in case. Just in case, because the fact remains that the vice president is the running mate to His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boaka, who we know as the candidate for the Unity Party, and of course that our ticket, and that's the team we are supporting. That's the team we've always supported. To put the question in the right perspective, just in case, as a son of Nimba, who is also a Wiashin, while there is the replay of a 2029 with the Unity Party parading the now running mate as the main candidate, just a Kamala Biden scenario as a weird thing, and as a son of Nima.
Or to even add to that, even if it still stands, where you have the current president going as the head, and then
so two scenarios, even as it is,
right
or should the Kamala Biden situation replay in Liberia as a bona fide we are saying, and as a clear fire from Zwale, where do you stand?
But listen, guys, I don't know if you were listening to me earlier on. I said to you people, I supported President.
My man, don't rhetoricize the question. Answer.
I'm a politician. I don't. The last time I checked to answer question the way an interviewer want me to answer question, that didn't have for novice then. So I have been very categorical in my position that I will never waver from. All right. I said I supported President Weah in 2023, and I have zero regret in supporting President Weah. Remember, I'm also a candidate. I'm going to be a candidate in 2029. And so Anthony Kuyompa is a consultation-based politician. I'm not a politician who fly by night, because I respect every supporter of mine. Because I respect every supporter of mine, that's why when we get involved in a process, you can know that we are involved in a process by the outcome of the vote that we'll give to the person we're supporting. 2029 is 3.5 years away. Discussing 2029 today will mean Unity Party just operate the country that you want to operate. But when we can check Unity Party before 2029, Unity Party will not be able to say we get presidential candidate. Because how will you say you get presidential candidate when one, you finish fail on drug issue? The electricity issue will be coming up soon to determine whether you not fail or you not pass inside it. When you fail in all the indicators, what moral ground you have to stay and say you want to even discuss with people, say you want to go back to become president or you want to be president? So those are the things that I'm saying to you people, let us focus on. I have not even gone to my district to start reactivating all the cells. Then you want me to start talking about 2029. Who will be president, who will not be president? Gentlemen, let us make these discussions moving forward about the governance of our country. We should not allow this administration to go unchecked. Because discussing 2029 with me, Anything United Party want to do, let it do it. We're going to wait for you. Wait in 2029. How you want to run a country? How you want to run a country? No problem. I said no. All right? United Party people. In 2023, politicized the issue of drug. That made me very angry, and I'm still angry with United Party to this day. Because something as dangerous as drugs that we all sitting on the panel here know that came from down the line. We decided to make it a just reacting. So can we say today that Joseph Boakai and the vice president bringing drugs in Liberia? Some of us would never make those statements because what we are responsible and patriotic citizens of our country who understand how the drug issue started coming in our country.
Thank you.
Because you want power in the country don't mean that you should just break everything down because you want power. That's not the way patriotic citizens behave. All right. So guys, when that time comes, as a reaction, because you may say, and you say you reaction, I say I'm a reaction. Because you asking your reaction, what kind of decision or reaction will made in 2029? So when 2029 comes, you know the decision, the reaction will make.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful show. To my brother Frederick Cooper that is asking questions, man, we've
what Frederick say?
Frederick, we reach out to almost everybody. So you are welcome on the show anytime. We try to get balanced opinion, our perspective from those in government, those out of government, and reach out to everybody. So you are welcome anytime. You can contact Mafasin and Mafasin will.
Why the man want to ask me a question?
No, now the question, the man kind of show by himself. Ain't that minister? Yeah. So well, it's been a wonderful show. It's been a.
By the way, I want certain thing I want to ask the rescue people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the way things are going on in the government, right? Where people who have different opinion, the way, like I saw what happened to people to City Hall, they got to CSA there, say it came away, some administrative thing, nobody can turn Facebook or what they call, took people from there. If George Weah was doing that thing in 2020, you think some of us are going to be, we're still going to serve our country beyond 2020, beyond 2017 elections? Even Yan Twayen, who is senator today, you think Yan Twayen was going to remain and complete his tenure at NASCOP? Had George Weah opted for the way they rescue government? So there's some things that I like to discuss. Despite my relationship with people, I like to be honest. I like to be straightforward. Yan Twayen tenure was renewed in 2016. George Weah took over 2018. Twayen completed his tenure at NASCOP. George Weah did not go for him. So if George Weah were doing that, you think Yan were going to continue to even put him in a position where he is today? No. So sometimes when we're talking about things, like, let's be honest, that whole tenure removal thing was just unnecessary. You don't do things to just damage the laws of the country, laws that it was not the previous government who put there, because some of your supporters were in your ear, Patrick one of them said until he died, only LTA you gotta go to, so they gotta move people from there, all those kinds of things. And people want us to sit on the platform as a patriotic citizen. Me, Anthony Kuyomba, I'm supposed to sit down and just close my mouth. Any bad thing happening in my country, because what they say, what thing? They say what that Nima man are vice president for the country, so I'm not supposed to talk about the ills in the society. That one, nobody must speak to me. It would not even shake my skin. This is completely wrong. I listened to Minister Pay the other night. I'm like, oh yeah, Minister Pay.
Okay, so now that you've gone there, let me ask you, what's your perspective on that whole interview? What do you think?
There are a lot of things that the interview said to me. One, in my mind, the vice president of the country is very powerful, no matter what people will want you to believe. For Wilmer to have mustered the courage to go on the offensive as he did says to me there are heavyweights in the Unity Party that are in agreement with Wilmer Pay.
Exactly.
It tells me there is a power struggle at the very top of the Unity Party. Wilmer will not unilaterally make such a decision. Wilmer came up firing. How they call it, gun blazing. Characterization. The whole 9 yard was very firm. Very, very firm. So when I saw that, I'm like, fire in Soweto somewhere. But then, as somebody who is considered an outsider, people doing a thing to Douala Market, I ain't rather than market looking for my chicken feet to buy, to go make my motor. I'm supposed to leave from Raritan Market and go all the way to Douala Market to go put my money in the market.
I had two brothers doing the thing though. I had two brothers now.
But two brothers that considered me an outsider at the time because I decided to support President Weah in a county where, look, let it be straightforward. And let me tell you something. If you went to the vice president today and say, who is Anthony Quimpa? He will tell you Anthony Quimpa is a straight person. And when he makes a decision, he stands with his decision because he knows me for that. Right? But who were those, the actors of Nimba County administration prior to January 22nd, 2024? You don't want to talk about some topic. Me, I will push you off all the stuff.
No, that's why, my man. You know, we have
to left the Nimba County audit thing up. Intentionally, I'm indicting you people now because I didn't want to talk about it. Talk about it.
So you know what we'll do? We'll go one more round on that. So we'll test the other thing. Let go now with more thing. I want you to also add Senator Koga stuff to it too. I know you also heard about his recent comment on.
Yeah, so we'll go to that one. So let's talk about
take care of the women on
the women stuff.
Yeah.
Wilmer came up very hard. To be honest with you, I was like, you were hard. So it tells me, one, Wilmer was very angry. Say what you may about Wilmer, but there's one thing that we all believe is real about the big brother. We know Wilmer is fiery and all that. But 9 in 100%, at least 90% of the time, and that's a hard mark, 90% of the time when Wilmer says something, there's truthfulness to it. At least the person that I know a little bit, I know Wilmer much, but at least a little bit. I also come to know that Wilmer is very opinionated. I also come to know that he's not somebody that you can just bend like that. That when he has a position, he defends a position. So the few things he said to me was leadership issue in the Unity Party. Because Wilmer also sensed that people are trying to malign his reputation. He believes that people are not giving the real reason for his removal from Mines and Energy. And so he will not sit idly by and allow people to damage his hard-earned reputation. So when you saw the interview started very correct, everything was okay.
Let me come in there. So the interview I started from the start to finish. Everything was going fine. And from the look of things, Wilmer was going to intellectualize that whole interview. Where everything started going south was when Stanton asked a question. I think he received that message. And then he asked about the Dukley incident. And I believe that where Wilmer lost it and the interview just...
So what that says to me is that at that point, Wilmer then sensed that there was something being orchestrated relative to his reputation. When that Sekou, the Sekou person from the Putin came out,
Yes.
that's when he went ballistic. All right. So what I saw was somebody in Wilmer who will not tolerate for any second people trying to impugn his reputation he has worked so hard to build. That's when he decided to go out. All right. So basically, it tells me leadership issue going on in the Unity Party. That's another food for talk. And I'm a business to know how it's going on, how it ain't going on. I'm only conjecturing from that aspect of Wilmer's interview.
Right. So, Mavasin, I want you to. I know you got something to say. You are an opinionated guy. You got something to say about this whole women thing. I know the last time you and DK kind of struggled a little bit there. Our guest has talked about it. What's your take on his response or his perspective on that? Do you see any truth in that as a Unity partisan?
Like you said, I'm always this person who will want to look at issue from the realistic standpoint. I'm not much of a political person because my background, is in sciences, and what we look for is the truth. Because life depends on our decision as people in the sciences. Yeah, I want to, in a way, agree with him because Wilmer is one person I have worked with him before, and I know when it comes to defending his character, it's one thing you always go ballistic if you try to malign his character, because to people like Wilmer, that's all they live for, which is right. Then the other thing to it, as someone who have had his own share of the struggle in the Unity Party, especially at a certain point, got harmed by the system based on our stance. And Wilmer is beyond that category. He suffered everything from the Sirleaf administration, making sure that Boakai presidency becomes a reality. And coming to this day that dream has actually worked out, and to have a Sekou who is relatively a newbie in the Unity Party, has no history in the struggles of the Unity Party, to now become a darling boy who will be dictating the removal of people whose life and blood has been shared for the struggle, then it makes it somehow difficult for one to stomach. That they would orchestrate thing and they say Sekou, and in the whole process of Sekou, leadership again was one of the lacking virtues that have, serviced it and allowed information to remain where it was, at least for the sake of institutional protection. But to think that Sekou will be the love and gospel and Wilmer's character will be maligned as a result of Sekou, who, has made no contribution to the political existence of the Unity Party, it was a sad thing, and it was an unfair treatment to Wilmer and anyone in our category who want to come out the way it came out. Now, the other thing to it too is that in the likes of institutional sanctity, we would have thought that there would have been other consultations, there would have been other interventions, so as to keep, things from going the way it went. But those of us who are people who come from the background of the party, our interest is to maintain the sanctity of our party, of our institution, and to make sure that our party manifesto becomes actualized in its true essence, which is something we stand for. And so we were taught that, apart from party, the both of them are, some of the dependable characters from our county. And while it's true that we don't want to regionalize, politics, but again, all politics is local.
Yeah.
And woman is from Nima, the vice president is from Nima, and like Taylor would say, that should have been much more like a Nima's matter. And we should tend to look for the resolution in a Nima way, so as to maintain our country together, irrespective of our political diversity. Now, when some of us start to stress this Nima's oneness, we don't intend to mean bundling our political support in one political basket. I think that's in itself is unhealthy. But what we are trying to proffer is, irrespective of our political diversity, stands the interest of our country, and so the unity and the brotherliness must be upheld. I think that's the background we speak.
Well,
every time we talk about Nimba.
Thank you,
thank you very much. And I think you need to maybe educate a lot of folks in the rescue mission, because they tend to misconstrue Nima unity with everybody should be in one color. But let me just expand on this whole Wilmer interview a little bit more. Something that was very striking to me. It was Stanton raised the issue about the money. And I saw government officials discussing bribery as if the issue of bribery is drinking water. And I was like,
alleged bribery.
Mm-hmm. All right. You remember when they talk about, give the phone to this person, and the person talk and say, I get it, man, 114,000 for license. That's, my brother, that is bribery. So you have a managing director from the NPA admitting to giving bribery to a minister in the government before a sitting vice president.
Allegedly. So we keep
allegedly. I'm just quoting what they were saying there.
Yeah.
I think to me that was just an orchestration, a smell campaign, because the truth is the managing director should know the process of acquiring your license. No one pays a license.
I know, like Wilmer eloquently stated the process. What I'm saying is acknowledging that we're not saying Wilmer got the money or Wilmer didn't get the money or he gave the money to Wilmer, not giving the money to Wilmer, but just having a discussion around a public official.
Yeah, that's an admission.
That's an admission of bribe.
And they say your lawmaker or they call a lawmaker into it.
But the main legislation is the removal of how do you call the guy from the that is Nenke's major legislation he has proffered since he became lawmaker of District Number 3. And so it wouldn't surprise me that he will be engulfed in something surrounding bribery anyway. Okay, so it doesn't surprise me, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's admitting to bribery.
That's unfair. That's unfair to the lawmaker, sir.
But if you know of one legislation he has proffered, you can let us know. And I think that his office will be very proud in showcasing successes. Okay, so the fact that his office cannot speak of any legislation except that we were part of those who removed another lawmaker equally elected by a constituent. What more you want me to say? I get him in 2 years. I get him in 2 years. The 2 years over, grace period over. I will discuss with him on the issue of substance. I'm not going to talk about you can't speak Gyogu, or you won't get PhD in Gyo, or you're Ninja Bate, or you Muslim man. He and I will not have those discussions. We'll have discussions on pertinent national issues. His responsibilities as lawmakers, not other things.
Thank you. You know, one thing I forgot. I want us to we forgot, and this is something that we apologize for from the beginning of the show. There we forgot to, at the platform, to congratulate our honorable vice president. You know, he was honored. He got an honorary degree from Cotton
Oh
University.
yeah. I saw it.
Dr. Jeremiah Bankun. We want to say congratulations to. Mama, what are you shaking your head for?
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Yeah, you know,
It is. I'm the CEO of this platform.
You cannot call the CEO to order. You can't call the CEO to order.
So
you cannot.
I put him in the back. You see, Cyrus, I want him. The next time, in fact, the next time you address the man, you got to address him as
doctor.
don't be that thing. So, but again, on all fairness, I want to say congratulations to him. The platform did a post to congratulate him yesterday, and in my capacity, I want to also, I know you all agree with me on that, to congratulate him on that. But yeah, so gentlemen, we got it. Our guest here. Let him talk about. Yeah, I want to say
on a Wilmot interview.
Go ahead.
Wilmot is a stakeholder in Liberia. Let us not restrict him to Nimba County. Wilmot has served as the Secretary General for the Unity Party, one of the biggest political parties in Liberia, and has also served as chairman for Unity Party. Wilmot took Unity Party to the 2017 election as chairman of the party. He's a national figure. So when he comes out and makes startling revelation in an interview, it is worth discussing as Liberian people, particularly those of us coming from Nimba County. Wilmot also touched on the issue of the Doorkeepers Gate relative to the University of Liberia. If you remember in that interview, and he also started off by saying Door approached him and said, President Bouaga only appoint your people. I'm sure we all follow the interview, right? Sure. And basically trying to say that there's a need that Manon person, what they call, and Wilmot said he told Doorkeeper, go to the place that you've been having that discussion and discuss it that I was made minister because of my contribution to the Unity Party over the years, XYZ, and nothing to do with because of Nimba County, right? I think Wilmot said that. That brings us back to the tribal divide we have in Nimba County. That's a discussion that we don't let to talk about, but it is something that is real in our county, as evident by the election of Senator Koga. If you look at the election of 2024 that saw Senator Koga get elected, you will see that all the Manon district voted for Ma Edith. All the Manon district voted for Ma Edith. In the hinterland of the Manon region, she massively defeated Koga there. That is a fact. And the opposite happened on the other side. So that is something that we're still grappling as the people of Nimba County. And that was made bare at the national level, where Doorkeeper approaches Wilmot and brings out the issue of Kopo Kura, a damn person, Wilmot, a damn person, and the EPS Pape, all right, being a damn person. And Wilmot tried to make sense of those appointments, even telling him that Mr. Gay coming from way down the line, but Doorkeeper was meant on making that point that you can get 3 Geo people in that position and need to be Manon people. So when you have people like Doorkeeper with that kind of mentality, based on information that we are hearing, steering the affairs around our vice president, but Dr. Kun is not Nimba Senator. He is the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. When you have somebody with that mentality around our vice president, that's something that should concern everybody, everywhere, meaning Nimba and Liberia. All right. So these are some of the takeaway from that interview that I feel people of Nimba need to highlight and see how we can find solution to that problem. But to sweep it under the rug and say we might not talk about it, it means you're calling for more division in the county. And I felt it was important for me to highlight that. And I think Frederick Cooper was asking me about the government dealing with the drug issue maturely in the group chat here.
Well, you man, you're not be able to
No, I just want to touch on. I know Frederick very well. He's a brother. Very good
Yeah.
friend.
Okay.
But
So
what Frederick need to understand is, I don't come here and just blindly criticize or speak against something. And Frederick, you need to know me better. I gave you reasoning behind why I said, in my opinion, the government has failed on the issue of drugs in the country. Frederick, you ran your campaign in 2023 on drugs. You said George Weah and his family were bringing kush in the country. It's no hidden secret. You said the president of the country at the time and his government was responsible for bringing kush in the country. People made music out of it. All right? People made music out of it, and you won an election promising the people of Liberia the issue of drug would be yesterday. When you took over, I don't know if you did your own drug test. Everybody should have done the drug test. You appointed A.B. Kroma and his team. A.B. Kroma and his team were eventually removed. You brought in one Peter. Peter was eventually removed. All in the name of fighting drugs to make drug issue yesterday in our country. Then you brought in Omen Swah. Omen Swah was again removed. Now you have Biago there. And Biago is there. Now we are discussing Liberia playing host to cocaine. Before, cocaine used to come to the country, but now they say that in Liberia where it can be, and people take it from Liberia to go to other country. With all of these facts that we know, that you know, when I say, in my opinion, the government has failed on drugs, on the fight against drugs, am I wrong? And you telling me, say, you taking in Metrole? So you were taking Metrole to attend 40 after you have changed 50 different people at DEA? Because the rate at which you are going, before 6 years finish, maybe that 10 different administration will have a DEA. And maybe by that time, we'll be talking about 300 billion drugs bust again in the country. So I'm within my right based on the evidence that I can safely say the government has failed on the issue of drugs. And it's not about me just blindly talking about something. These are facts that it's all over in the place for people to see it, my brother, Frederick. And you talk about other sectors in the country. That's why I said we should not discuss 2029 now. Because you people are still governing. We need to check you on in every sector of the country. That's what I said, Frederick. So I don't come here to just do that political thing. I can't talk on facts.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, fiery show. A lot of followers, a lot of interest in the conversation, a lot of information coming out. So, gentlemen, our panelists here, I know you guys are eager to ask. Let me ask this one. Let me bring this topic out, and then you guys can ask regarding this one. So, Jay, you were part of the CDC government when most of those guys who were, indicated or implicated in the audit were part of it there. So you saw the audit report, or at least you have seen it. You probably read about it. You've read some things about it. Folks that were named in there. Very troubling audit report. Even our current superintendent, referred to that as, paraphrasing that, it was very bad, very, very bad. A lot of people have said the same thing. Up to now, to date, the caucus has not come up together in group to be able to say anything about that audit report. We have few lawmakers. Honorable Koga has talked about it, and I think one or two persons, honorability as well, but nothing from the caucus. The caucus hasn't said anything yet, and nothing from
and Todd, Representative Todd.
Okay, yeah, my brother Todd. So I mean, because some people are trying to implicate CDC was doing CDC regime, but most of the people who are named in the audit report are currently serving in the rescue government, right?
Including Doug Cooper.
Yeah, and then what's your take on that? I see deception there. A lot of misinformation and stuff. So you're serving the government there. So what's your take on that?
This is my thing, right? If I was one of those individuals in the executive, and my name has been mentioned in an audit finding for misappropriation, misapplication, and whatever description you want to give, I will ask to recuse myself from my role that I'm currently playing in the executive and demand a speedy investigation into the matter. That is what a good leader would do. Because one will argue that by remaining in your role, you can influence, or you could influence whatever investigation there could be. But it comes back to my opening line when we started this interview about deception. As long as we are not prepared to do away with deception, I'm afraid our country is not going anywhere. Because if you see the audit report, I haven't had the time to read the audit report. All I have seen, the NIMA agenda is a good place to get information.
Oh, yeah.
Because the information can be on the left and on the right. Then you read between the two, and then you come up with something in between there.
Who provide the information?
So you read between the two sides and say, okay, when the two sides they agree on certain area, then yeah, they play that something for us to look at, right? Who were those in charge of Nimba County's administrative operations from 2018 to 2023? In order to fix a country, we have to be realistic with everything we say and or do. If we are not, we will just fool ourselves in this life. And this is a question to even those who in the chat group. Who were those that control Nimba County operations from 2018 to December 2023? When we ask ourselves, because listen, we all are aware that the people who own the PMC, they are there because they are there because people want them there. Let's be realistic with this discussion here. They do not have the singular power to take any major decision with Nimba money. They're there because people are supposed to be in those roles. But the actual operators are people who put them in those roles. If I'm lying, you're telling me I'm lying tonight. So when we found out who then were controlling Nimba money from 2018 to 2023, then we'll start to have some understanding. But more importantly, what kind of money are we talking about in the audit report? Is it money from the government of Liberia, or that somebody donated money to Nimba that we're talking about? I want you to answer me because you're involved in the day-to-day. Is this money that we're giving from central government through the consolidated account to Nimba County administration, or a 6-year period that we are talking about, or that one businessman from somewhere just gifted Nimba people at 12 million, right? Are we talking about, right?
No businessman can do that.
So where the money came from, I'm going somewhere. And I need you people to aid me to get to where I'm going. The money that we're talking about, did it come from central government to the Nimba County administration? If the answer is yes, how come? I thought in the 2023 election, we were told that the CDC administration did not give Nimba County Development Social Fund. I mean, I'm asking you, let me let it interactive.
No, so the people say the people say with our late old man, the message, the campaign message was that the old Nimba County, your government owed the county money. So that's why the people were led to believe that CDC government, Georgia government never gave Nimba County money. So myself, I was a little shocked as to where the money came from, because like you said, it's not a businessman donating your charity money. It was money that came from
and the VP to allow to the CEO, the doctor is that we should call him Dr. Kuhn stood in complaint in Belgium District 3. I think I still get a video. He said the people of Nimba have been denied their just benefit only because their son, now recorded all over it for the platform to publish it. So when it's
so answer my question, is that where the money came from?
George, we are government, remitted our money into our account.
So that's your answer, Jay.
Well, so if that money came from central government, then it takes me back to my previous line that we need to get deception from our politics if we are to develop Liberia. Because to accuse an administration of not providing a penny to your county social development fund, when in fact the government did provide money, that is unfair to the people of Nimba. And people should man up to admit. I don't know how we're doing it, man, but I ain't able to be lying to my people. I ain't able to. For once, let us be factual. I'm not going to call the name in the other report because I hear the name in the other report. Some of them, they're working in the government. They're working in the government. So how can the players of yesterday now player today, you expect them to judge, you expect the person who operated yesterday to judge it today? But man, let's go to another discussion.
You can be a referee and be the player. This is great stuff. Great conversation here.
But CEO, after 12, our regular time will close by 12. So if you are extending the show, you need to tell.
You can go, brother.
No, but anyway, it has been a great show. I think we have exhausted all the.
Why are you not talking about the other thing? I see Marvel.
But the point I want to flag before you close. The other thing in Nimba, I spoke to too many UP persons, and some revealed to me that the reason that audit will not go anywhere, many of the guys who were caught up in the audit are people that Kun has interest in. Like if you check Dokubo served, I think from 2018 to 2020. So Dokubo is caught in the web, and Dokubo is the one steering the day-to-day activity for the Vice President, Dr. Kun. And then when you also check, you see one loudmouth government official, Bob Cato. This guy is one of those that I grabbed a message from that CDC did not give our money. Bob Cato. And this guy, I think he's a deputy for one of these newly created institutions. So for Bob to be caught in a same audit about money he alleged that we did not give, their deception is also real, as you said. Because a young man like Bob Cato, nowhere he ever went during the campaign without talking about the same money that they ate. And some of them use the money to build their homes, some bought cars and things. So today, when you look in the same audit report, the gentleman who was COS to Senator Koga, one Osondu Dan played a major role in the audit, and because he's a UP person, so he played a major role. And like you said, one thing that I recently with again is the fact that there are people they placed in the PMC not because they were so qualified, but they were guided by interest, and that's how some of these guys surfaced. Osondu was made to resign from Senator Koga's office because Senator Koga asked him and said, "Look, you can't be in my office, and I am a member of the PAC committee. So we are the ones who will investigate this thing. So you can't be my COS while I preside over the investigation. That will be conflict of interest. Could you step down?" And the gentleman stepped down. But I think somebody must have spoke 2 days ago. The guy told me, he said, "Listen, gentleman, you should not hear your head." It means I think as long as the VP, 80% of those who are caught are people who support the VP. So that other thing will not go anywhere without that. It said without natural death, and it's dying.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Matheson.
I think Amma wanted me to speak to the audit. The reason I would not really talk much is that audit is not a guilty verdict. Some of the issues that the audit flag up is not just all about financial misappropriation. Some could be procedures, and there are all other things to account for, which of course they should be accounted for. And so let's wait and see what happened. All I can do is to urge the government, even though I have my own problem, that we persecute other people as a government, and those who side with us, we appreciate them and work with them and dance with them. I think Liberia should be above any political system, and in our governance working, we should make sure that everything we do reflect the collective growth of Liberia. That's why I will have problem with every day if somebody should express themselves, then that expression is being misconstrued or is being characterized in a way that will not be reflective of the real thing. So I will urge the government to do the needful, make sure, you know, those who are concerned, they should be able to account, they should be able to speak for their stewardship, what they did wrong, what they did right. The people should know. And I want to trust that this government will do it. That's what I want to trust that those indicted or those concerned will be made to account.
Thank you.
But let me ask you my question.
Yeah.
Why are you now calling for the immediate recusal or suspension of those named in the audit report who are serving in the executive? Wouldn't that be the most appropriate thing?
I think, yes, I agree with you.
To protect the integrity of the
I agree with you. That should be, because even individuals themselves who were said to have done something, they themselves should be more concerned about their own integrity, their own reputation. They should be able to do the needful. Like Cyrus talked about Osondu. One English you use that I wouldn't agree, because Senator Koga said it otherwise, is that he was made to recuse himself. I think he played a very good role, understanding with his boss and knowing the senator's take on the matter. He decided, okay, let me excuse myself and become a private. I think that's some of the things that we should encourage some of the guys to do, because many of the guys concerned are young people with huge potential. You can say whatever you want. I have known Bob Cattle for over some period of time now. I follow his, intellectual capability, his ability and everything. He has a huge potential as a young man. So people in that kind of category, the best to do is to make sure that they get themselves off the hook, because Nima is such a unique county, such a diverse county. Some of the things that you think people don't know, even a leaseman or the one you thought to be a leaseman in the village is aware. So that level of awareness, especially in this internet age. So many of the guys have potential. They will want to take on other bigger public, responsibilities, and they should work to get themselves off the hook.
Theo, what I see is that protections of criminals, when it is my criminals, I protect them. Because if it was sedition on this listing, you will never hear a veteran Mike Fiexing then speaking like the way they're speaking. Because all of the hold that they dug for officials of the CDC in Niva County, it does all of them. It is not capture all of the JCUN MDR UP collaboration team. So they want to defend that kind of outstation defending, but you are not defending with the bonus.
No, that's
people
wrong.
Stole from, people,
I'm not wrong.
People stole from Nima County. People lied to the people of Nima, withdrew more than millions of dollars for 6 days trip. They took 9,000. They took 9,000 United States dollars for 6 days straight. Were they sleeping in glass houses? Going in 6 days that they just spent going in one district, when they turn around, they can't sleep right in Ganta, drink liquor. People misuse the people on neighborhood phone. And those phones need to be restituted. They need to be held accountable. If it matters that they should never get in any public office, in any public space ever in our society, it should happen.
Thank you.
Let the president
CEO, I beg you, let me speak to something.
I get tired. I'm a buyer.
Yeah, we'll go. But I mean, let's do justice here. Many of the people you're talking about, when did they become a Unity Party person? Many of the names, even up to today's date, a bulk of them are still a member of CDC. Santa Clara CDC man, C.L.E. Musa CDC man. Bulk of these people, even the Harry Yemi, there was a point in time when MDR and CDC was in the marriage. The whole transaction took place at the time MDR and CDC were together. So if it is depending criminal to be our criminal, as stated in your word, then of course I will say that criminal is not ours. They are yours. Own onto it. So what we're saying is that we urge the government to take the needed step. We as well urge the young guys, many of them, like I said, I'm 18, very potential, extreme potential. So to save themselves and save their potential, they should be able to come out as Gompa or Sonu did, so that they get themselves off the hook. That's all I can say. But they are not in a way a Unity Party criminal. None of them are Unity Party people.
Thank you.
No, but Bob Cato is a Unity Party person. Bob
is just one in 1,000.
So carry microphone to Yeremi and ask Yeremi if he's a sedition. He will say something otherwise. I thought he was in such.
We are.
He's not.
We have our guest here, so.
But basically, what I was trying to say is, truth telling is important. It is fundamental to the existence of any good leader. When you form your interaction with the people on deception, that's a bad beginning. All right. And this whole Nimba County administration thing is, let's call spade. The CDC won the election in 2017. As of 2018, the MDR ran CDC administration in Nimba, in association with some seditions that were there. Let's be honest here. In our legislative caucus, our papi, the current VP, the current Dr. VP, Sonwabe, Dowan Glikia, Do Kopo, Gompu Kagon, Maun said, man, Gompu Kagon, I call it, called on the Topa. I think later on Prince Topa came on board, but I don't know if he was too what it called. These were the people that ran the place, right? They had the tentacles all over the administration. Let's be factual here. If we're talking about counting money, now was all I'm saying to those young people whose names have been mentioned, the right thing to do as a sitting government official is to recuse yourself. You should be the one pushing the LACC to begin an investigation. But like the way people can say, like, bro, every discussion I want we, the discussion film now, you're not even getting your body again.
Well, I get your going.
And so that will go. So, what kind of leaders we are preparing for our future? What kind of leaders we are preparing for our future? We'll just be here in the next 25 years, 30 years, we'll be talking this in India, but like, bro, we're not moving anywhere until we begin to charge people who want to become leaders of our country. Until we begin to really analyze critical thinking on people who want to become leaders of our country. If not, we'll just be around. Some all that get small opportunity also will also go back with chilling like small council will also go get ready to take off from here. No, I'm being honest with this. I'm being honest. These are the very people who were maligning some of us repetition for supporting George Weah. But these are the very people today whose names are involved in audit reports. Some of the very people you're talking about send me threatening text message because I supported George Weah. But they were enjoying the spoils of the George Weah government. They were enjoying the largesse of the George Weah government. Today, they find themselves Unity Party government want to act like everything about the Weah government, the people with it as also demon, when they were in the midst of the largesse of the Weah government. What is going on with us? That's something that we can talk about. That's something we can talk about today, or because people in different color clothes today, so that different people that we can talk about, and you think Anthony Queen will be different people. No, we're not different people. We're the same Liberian people who decided to stand our ground and say, no, we'll be here. And we're there. And so you want to say what to us? What? This young, I don't want to call some of their names. One little young piggy down there in Nima there. I remember 2020 when I endorsed Dr. Kuhn. That piggy caused my mom, my pa, my whole generation, because I endorsed at the time Representative Kuhn to make him senator in Nima, because that piggy was supporting another senatorial candidate. All right. At the very beginning, that I see he be jumping all over the place. Oh, what's that?
You want me call it D? You want me call it D?
Don't call me. I don't want to get more.
I would have a battle for two.
You caused my whole generation because I endorsed school to main senator. If you were not senator today,
my boy a battle for two. The paper is rude.
When you be vice president of the Republic of Liberia, you will never be vice president of the Republic of Liberia if you are not senator of Nima County. You stood against that, insulted my whole generation. Today, you got moral rectitude to want to stand and say the other person has sedition, the other person what it got. So, one group of people just stupid. That you can come, you enjoy with other people. When they start moving, you jump on that, you go on the other side, you go, you enjoy again. You can't. Then the other group of people, they be stupid people, right? Let's stop that. We got small country Liberia with vast resources. When your time for leadership is on hand, play your role diligently, play your role patriotically, respect those who disagree with you, because you yourself will move from there. Today, Charles Taylor stayed in England for 50 years. If you have said this to somebody close to Charles Taylor in 1997 after he won the election, he will never listen to you. Mm-hmm. All right. So your time will come and go. But what makes you relevant in a society is even when you do not have state power, you still remain a respectable person in your country. And the way that happens is when you have leadership, you respect everybody for their political persuasion, what they think and what they say. That is the kind of country we want. We don't want a country where you're not with me, you're against me, Liberia, not for you. Every one of us has right to Liberia and Nimba County.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, no one person will win 100% vote in any region in Liberia. Let that be known. There will always be opposition, even in your own said family. When you're in election, not everybody in your bloodline can vote for you.
My person knows that very well.
Not in your bloodline can vote for you. So the politics thing, when somebody say they're not with you, they're on the other side, respect them. Don't be insulting them.
That's what I've been telling them. That's what I've been saying.
Let's live respectfully.
When you say something and they all jump on you. And
at the end of the day, all leaders of Nimba County, they're my brothers, they're my sister. If we have any female in there, call my sister. Everybody, I got no personal issue against anybody. We may agree to disagree here and there, but at the end of the day, it's about Liberia's advancement. It's about the improvement of Nimba. It's about improvement of the young people of our country. That, for me, is the most important thing.
And we are family. Thank you so much. And I think that message sums it all up. Nothing really much I can add to it. I don't think anyone else can add anything to it. But within 1 minute, I want to say thank you so much for coming, my brother. It has been a wonderful show. 4 hours, 23 minutes here with you. We've had a really good time here tonight. With all the discussion. Your man Frederick said we should try to send invitation for both of you to appear at the same time. But I want to talk behind the scene. So
Frederick thing I really get time.
But Frederick looking for debate, someone to debate with.
Frederick thing I really get time. I will come and sit down and talk about the issue of drugs.
Yeah.
And what my opinion is with him.
Thank
when
you,
you want to
brother.
bring a technical thing about LEC water and seawater that they
Yeah.
pumping 1 million water to put in like
Yeah, well,
business.
well, thank you
But
so
I
much,
take
man.
a particular issue and discuss it. Am I lying that there has been 4 different administration at LDEA? The answer is no. I'm saying the truth. Am I lying that we have Liberia hosting cocaine now? The answer is I'm saying the truth. So
Thank
if
you,
all
brother.
of these things happening, if I say in my opinion the government has failed or failing on the fight against drugs, if you say I'm wrong, like your own you say. Me, I say the government is failing. That my
Thank
own
you.
I say. Except here, move on. I don't argue with you.
Like,
I don't get that time, my man.
thank you for that. Thank you so much.
All over discuss your I think call it pelo 1, pelo 2, pelo 3. Now I'm on there.
So, well, brother, thank you so much again. It has been a wonderful show. I know we've had you for.
Well, let me try another
I will bring him on with Benedict Kwaluba.
4+ hours.
See you when he ready. Tell him that Benedict Kwaluba will be ready.
I come in. District number 3 representative, they ain't able to sit down with your 4 hour and discuss all the things. I'm making when I say, hey, my man, when you get today? Yeah. You get going. My man, you know that just fun.
Well, yeah, just cracking.
Pray for God's blessing on your life. Politics is just a game of exchanging of ideas, nothing personal. Let's pray 2029. I will be in the process. If you don't win, you know you're still my brother, and we'll still live together in harmony. Nothing.
Brother, within 1 minute, give us a pattern statement, brother.
So I just want to use this occasion to appreciate, firstly, the management of the BKS TV, also the panelists today. I want to appreciate all of you guys. Your questions stimulated me. I'm in my zone right now, so we can go for the next 7 hours. I will be fine. But this is just, it goes to tell you how passionate I am when it comes to discussing issues pertinent to Liberia. It's nothing personal with anybody, but just me wanting to see a society that is good. Listen, guys, I was 4 years old. I lost my father in that country. The only image of my father I could see was the one that had George Bulley standing over him and making statements. All right. That for me was traumatizing. But let me say to you, I've outgrown that. Today, Mr. Bulley is a father figure to me. I call him every other time and talk to him. Whenever we meet, we have very good chat. That tells you the person in me. All right. I believe Liberia is far more bigger than each and every one of us, that we must ensure that in our every thinking, let us put Liberia first. I'm grateful to you again for the opportunity. I'm always available, like I said to you, most Sundays, because we have to hustle here. You know what it is. Praying to God for God's blessing on every one of you, all one of you's life. To the great people of Nimba, may God bless us in our respective work. To the Unity Party government, we pray for God's blessing for you to do those things that will drive or move our country in a positive direction. That some of us don't have to be in America to make a living when we're 45 years old. That we can be in our country and find something to do. That we don't have to be here where we got to be on clock waking or
pushing the cartoon and all the one that we're getting
all that kind of things. And so let God bless the leaders of our country. May God bless opposition leaders, President Weah, Benedict Ure, Alexander Cummins, everybody. Let us do our politicking, understanding that we are family, that we have a very small country to protect and develop. On that note, on behalf of the Kuyongpa family, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. It has been a wonderful show. You have a good night. Again, and we'll bring you back on here in the future, not too far future, to come in. You were ready, but the CEO said getting tired, and you can tell my partner. I thought I could hang with you, but I give up.
You tired before the guest.
Yeah, I never happened before, but tomorrow we'll be hosting. We'll be hosting.
My man, the beer making you look old, 45.
Yeah, I begin. So, brother, thank you so much, my man. I'll call you after the show.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Tomorrow we'll be hosting on Honorability. Gentlemen, no party coming. I'm begging you, I gotta go. We'll see tomorrow. We'll be hosting Honorability tomorrow, and we'll look forward to having a wonderful show.
Bring your protocol, just like that.
I tell you, man. In case the gym ran away, 4 hours, 28 minutes, man. I gotta go. Thanks to our followers.